ATM mask? No, because then everybody else will try. Huh? Well, they'd still have to have the password. Damn it, Arto, what happened? Would that be something from Husqvarna, maybe? You don't know who Sportscom 1 is, do you? A Wi-Fi?
Guys, until we adjust your camera shot, I think, is he up there right now? Oh. Okay, you gotta frame for the banner, they might have to come back.
It should be centered, right?
That's good, that's okay. Robbie, you want to switch a little bit to your right.
And what's wrong with the monitor?
That's good. Okay, that's good, guys.
A little different.
Okay, here we go.
I may go and nibble at the bit, but
They're going.
you can still change, turn it around.
No, we've moved to channel 5. We moved to channel 5, Scott.
No, I'm with you.
You know that. Okay, guys, here we go. We're dipping a black. Robbie, he needs to open up. Take us to the VA.
Open up. Open up.
How is this all water?
I don't know.
Torc, the Off-Road Championship presented by Amsoil, is back at the Big House of Crandon to cap off a remarkable season of racing. Challenges were faced and overcome, points fought for and won. Torc provided epic battles on the track and many trials off it. But it all comes down to this weekend in Crandon, Wisconsin that will determine who is worthy of the crown. So it's back to the roots of off-road to award this year's champion and hand over the keys to the Big House and bragging rights for the year. Get ready, Torc, the Off-Road Championship presented by Amsoil, starts now.
Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. It's the big World Championship weekend, and it's keys to the Big House. Welcome, everyone, to the final weekend of the 2014 season. My name is Scott Rain, along with Robbie Floyd. We've had one heck of a season all year long. I mean, we've traveled a lot, been in a lot of new locations. Just off the fresh, a couple weeks ago we were in Sturgis, but yet, even at Sturgis, everybody was talking about coming here to Crandon for the big one.
Yeah, and I was as well. My first time to Crandon was a few months ago. The first time we came here, he said, oh, no, just wait. The Big House gets even bigger than it was then. And you have to look out and see the crowd and the turnout, and we'll see shots of the crowd throughout the day. It is amazing what kind of fans these are and what they're putting themselves through today, because they knew they were going to be in the rain, and sure enough, they're in the rain.
Well, you guys rolled into town yesterday afternoon, and I love social media to the point that there was people posting pictures. All right, we've got our first 6 chairs on the hill. Thursday afternoon, there were 6 chairs on the hill.
Yeah.
Nobody in the house, but there were 6 chairs on the hill.
They were plotting it out. They have little sections. I don't know how proper that is. People were putting their stakes down, saying this is my area, and they'll pack 30 people in that one mass. And there's only so many cheese curds to go around, but they are blowing through them today, I believe so.
And the thing is, you can look on the track right now, and here, give us your best shot. This is going to be cool all weekend long. With everyone that has those smartphones, give us your best shot. Tweet us or on Instagram. Take your pictures. #Torc.
Right.
And that's what it's all about. I mean, there's been so active on the social medias leading up to this event. And I can guarantee you this right now. Not only do we have the West Coast fans watching on this, the short course fans, as well as desert fans, but there's race fans from all over the country as well as the globe that are tuning in here this weekend just for this race.
Yeah, it is an awesome facility. In case you haven't been here in person, we're going to try and give you all these pictures of those of you watching around the world. It is an awesome facility. The weather not so awesome right now. Our Mother Nature's just trying to throw some water down, I guess you could say. Originally, we were supposed to start, around 10 o'clock. It's almost 1 o'clock right now. They've been turning it over. I mean, you look at the track, you can see the truck. And the one thing that's been delaying it, it's not that these guys could not make it around the truck, especially the Pro 4s. It's not they couldn't make it around the track. It's the safety crews that they had to be cognizant of, because if there was an incident on the track, they had to make sure that the safety crews were able to take care of the situation.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. And USAC is very, very strict when it comes to that. They'll go out there, those safety trucks, and they'll try to drive around the track. If they can't get the safety trucks around safely, and possibly get to a race vehicle or an incident someplace, there's no way we can win a race. It's all about the safety. And it's such a shame because the guys here at Crandon do such a job putting down the great clay surface and working it in, and now they basically have to scrape it off to the side and go right down to the bottom original surface. So, the thing is, The cell that's going through us right now, should be a small cell according to the radar. It will clear right afterwards. And you know what? It's one of those situations where we got to do it. We're going to run. What it sounds like right now, they'll be running everyone with the land rush start, but we're going to be racing right here in front of the crowd in the short course.
And I believe even though the rain's coming down, they want to go ahead and get the opening ceremonies, kick things off. So they are wanting to start right now, Scott, and that's a good thing.
Well, we got, once again, some local people up here in the tower. So first and foremost, I want to introduce one of the local guys here, very active in local civic organizations, and he's also one of the newest members, a newest preacher for the Racers for Christ. And what a treat it is to introduce representative of Racers for Christ from right here in Crandon, Wisconsin, Jay Schaefer.
With safety this weekend, and we'll see you all tomorrow morning at the Sunday morning service at the barn at 7 o'clock. In your name, Lord, amen. And now I'm going to hand the microphone off to my buddy. Oh, yes? Give me a nod, Scott. Yes, no.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now actually it's another one of the local people here, very well organized. I guess she actually runs the local Crandon area water ski team, and once again she was here this spring. And she's going to do it once again this fall, sing our national anthem. Will everyone now please rise? Gentlemen, remove your hats. And please remember all of our family members, all of our friends that are not here with us this weekend because they are serving our country. They made that choice to put themselves in harm's way so we can do what we want to do and when we want to do it and to keep this great nation just that great. This afternoon, singing our national anthem is Josie Bocek.
Still there, oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Once again, Josie Bocek singing our national anthem. Thank you so very, very much. And Jay Schaefer as well. Congratulations to being the newest member of the Racers for Christ right here in Crandon. What a great opportunity it is for him.
It was also good to do the national anthem. Unfortunately, right as you told everybody to take their hats off, the rain starts pouring down. And
That'll be the last time anybody listens to me.
Did you see all the fans looking at each other going like figures right now? Well, I see the safety crews. Again, they're trying to drive around and test right now. I think they are still trying to start. But you see the trucks trying to get into position. You see one Caterpillar dozer working his way off the track. It is wet. It is messy. It is nasty. But as long as the safety trucks can go out there and do their job, then we will get things started. Welcome to Crandon here in 2014.
You know what? We're going to take a quick moment. Hopefully people can grab some of those ponchos, maybe open up those umbrellas if they forgot they got one underneath their chair. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back right after this.
We had these torrential downpours, and these trucks are not designed to have another 2,000 pounds of mud put on them. And then you pack the radiators tight. The tranny gauge, the water gauge, the oil gauge, everything's pegged. The Amsoil product came through for us and kept the rear end, the transmission, and the engine all running fine. And I tell you what, we were ready to go for the next day and pretty proud of it.
Traxxas, the fastest name in radio control.
Well, welcome back once again to quite rainy Crandon, Wisconsin. It's the keys to the big house, the final 2 rounds of racing here in 2014. And so a lot of exciting news came. Customers could see who it was. They saw it's 314, and they sent him back on the racetrack. So
It sounded like an enduro.
it was very close to that. Yeah, it was very interesting to say the least.
Well, you see tons of points, but today it's something special. You get one day to prove that you are the best in the world.
It's an interesting format that you could be running third in points for the season in your class, win the race to the country, would come here and race on this weekend. So it truly was a world championship short course off-road race.
We've got a South African.
And there's 2 of them.
Couple of them.
Yeah, well, one racer.
Good racing condition that next day if it would just stop. Tomorrow it's not supposed to rain, correct?
Oh no, not at all. In fact, it's really this place drains so fast. If you were here 2 years ago, the perfect.
Well, what did I hear? That Torc stands for take our raincoat.
Yep,
Take
we
our
came
raincoat.
over that 2 years ago. Yep.
Or Torc the Off-Road Championship, whichever comes first. And today you definitely need a raincoat. Robbie Floyd.
And all of a sudden, like everyone already knows that's here, it's coming down pretty good. And then it's supposed to clear up within that hour, and then we're going to have blue skies and a race of survival. One thing to keep in mind is right now those teams back there are totally changing the setup on these race trucks. They're totally changing the tire combination. They were ready for a mud race or a problem mud.
Coming in 2x2, but they're going to do a land rush start. They don't land rush 2x2, do they? These guys,
yeah,
these guys
are
are
a rolling start 2x2. The pace truck is
the Torc Sportsman classes. Oh, Buick Regal Cutlass Supreme, something out there. I love that. The shock tower sticking out of the top. First time I saw those, I'm like, what the heck is that? But this is what's front 2 trucks side by side going into that turn 2 area. Oh, they're just trying to make it up that hill. Look at this. This is also almost kind of a mud bog / off-road race. Now, as John Lasky, the 573 that looked like he was out in front of the 593 back at third, Diesel Shattuck. So a combined class for us today. 5'11", what are we at? Brandon Rouse?
Brandon Rouse.
Oh, no, you're right. It might be worse.
So
You're right, it is, yeah. She,
that left-hand sweeper, I want to say it's 601. That's Bill Wilson. That's pointing the wrong direction on the inside of the corner. What the running order is right now. To say none of who the colors are.
Welcome to the mud race, right? 593's got to be the leads right here, coming in the stock truck coming down the front straightaway. Shattuck in that middle portion of the track coming back down the front straightaway. So nasty are the conditions right now, and these guys are just really, these cars are really just not bent for that.
1,000, 1,500 pounds by the end of the race when they started.
If you think it would be cool to be a crew member, as somebody backing up down there, if you think it'd be cool being a crew member for an off-road truck racing organization, these are the days that'll make you
up on the hay bale. Oh, that day might be done right there.
Yeah, can't go back or forward.
High side, the front end on the hay bale, and the
back and forth and transmission gear jamming.
Wow, 601 is just barely moving.
Hey, I forgot about the competition yellow that's coming out, and it just did for, 613. Have to start behind somebody. This is where vision is almost the #1 key factor. If you can't see, you can't drive, and he wants to start out in front.
Makes you wonder how many layers and layers. Second half of the classics and stock truck race. We'll be right back after this.
Emergency safety crews depend on their gas-powered equipment to start when they need it. That's why they use VP small engine fuels, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. Designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
Welcome back here to the second half of the Classic Stock Truck World Championship. Everyone's running for that crown and that title.
But we were told that Paul Posbig didn't see the comp yellow, and he was just flying by people. He was making passes left and right. That would be so funny. When you're focused in front of you, you're not even looking up at that flag stand.
So we're looking right now at our leaders in the Classics. That's Chestnut on the left side of the screen.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm joking.
His truck, his truck is a Ford Bronco, and he's usually running up front to begin with. But that's Chestnut right now. Richie Kuloff likes to pitch that pace truck sideways.
And Diesel Shannick's right behind him.
Diesel Shannick's in second, and Faye Stesney in the Chevelle's running in third. No. Okay, we got two. So let's. Yeah, go ahead and take it, Jay. Help us out here. So Chestnut leading overall and in Classics with that, I'll just say, yellow number plates that you can see behind the cockpit of his truck. And Diesel Shannick in the 593. He's second on the track, but yet first in his class in stock truck. Our flagman is actually right here in front of the crowd on the inside of the racetrack in that yellow raincoat, and we're back to green flag racing with Chestnut up front, Diesel Shannick in second overall, but leading in stock truck. And let's see, we got lucky to have you up here. But we have an El Camino running towards the front of the pack, but I'm not sure if that's lap traffic. Okay. Oh, that's the guy that didn't see the flag. Okay. Zero keying on right now, the 593. That's Diesel Shannick. Been very quick in class all season long, up on the podium quite a few times this year. And I'm telling you, just went from right to left in the screen very quickly. I want to know what the heck Chestnut's got underneath the hood of that Bronco. So strong all season long. I'm glad you did. Now look at the ride height on that Bronco. Those tires are just squatted. That chassis is so low on the ground, I would put money on it. If we were to scale that thing, easily 1,000, maybe 1,200 pounds heavier than when the race started. And we got traffic like crazy right now at the start-finish line. 3 wide, just trying to work their way through.
And the weight doesn't necessarily hurt you, though, unless if you've got the motor to be able to pull it. Because it should be able to get you a little bit more. Oh, that's
there's
not
Faye
nice.
Stesney, our flagman, going
That's
all the way
not
around.
Nice. That's not nice.
No. Well, the thing is, Faye got into the back bumper and he had nowhere to go. Meanwhile, the close action behind him, behind Faye, got into his back bumper. He had nowhere to go, and it was just a chain reaction thing. Slow motion, they couldn't stop, and Faye came out on the losing end. Whoa.
Lost tire. His wheel's still there. Can't see which number, which truck. Not see
that be Corey Marquardt?
It's going to be a hard.
Tough break for Corey Marquardt because he's actually our points leader coming into this afternoon. So I'm really surprised we haven't had more trucks drop out due to overheating.
Are you trying to put the jinx on that guy, right, coming through the middle and making that last
Well,
right?
that's like the third truck now we've seen this entire race that's thrown a lot of steam. And but I guess it comes to the point where they're running for that world championship ring, and it's kind of like the last race, and let's just do it.
Yeah, quite a few of them are steamy. He's got a lot coming out of that vehicle. See the second one on the far left-hand side of the track. How long can you pump that much steam? You got to run out of water eventually, and that when the steam stops, that's when the motor ends.
And the whole thing is, it looks like the mud's kind of getting pushed off to the side, creating a lane on this track, but I'm looking over to my right, and the rain is still coming down pretty heavily right now.
Tyler Plammon, I believe, the 614 is who was smoking so bad.
In our camera shot right now, there's once again Dale Chestnut working his way around the Amsoil finish line.
A little less than 2 right now for our leaders. White flag should come out the next time around.
I am just amazed that Chestnut can get that thing around as we're watching him on the monitor right now. The whole front end of that truck, I don't know if he's got any suspension left. He's got to be riding on the bump stops on the front end because that thing is just squatted so low as he makes his way past the skybox, is headed down the hill into the Polaris Razor gravel pit turn. You can see him one lap. Should be taking the white flag this time by, but
hey, as long as you're not getting roosted, you're loving it right now. If you've got all that weight on there and you're out in front.
You know, he was crazy excited last night after winning the Popcorn Sutton's race.
What's it going to be now as a world?
I think he's going to be relieved
for 2014, right?
And he's our current points leader
with one more day to go tomorrow, but the race isn't over.
So one more truck across the Amsoil finish line, and the green flag gets put away. Out comes the white. No, one more across the line. Wow.
What?
Look at that.
There it is. White flag.
Look at the lap traffic that Chestnut's coming out. Look at the ride height that isn't there on that thing.
I don't have my earbud in.
Going way to the outside. There's a chance he could get hung up, but he doesn't stay on that throttle.
The guy in front of him made a little bit of a bobble. He had nowhere to go, and you do not want to stop that momentum, so he had to go outside. That's the worst case scenario because now he's getting all that roost. He's trying to take a different line so he doesn't get roosted, clogging up the radiator. All the negative things are right there in front of him. If you have a spotter and he tells you got a big lead, you almost want to stay back. It just drives you to stay out of there.
Stay away from the line and from the guys in front of you. Once again, there's Dale Chestnut leading overall and in the classics. So you can see that Chestnut just tiptoeing away is through. Look at the big, huge push. I can't imagine the extra weight in that thing. No, here's one thing to keep in mind too. There's no windshields. Some of these guys aren't even running screens. The mud's getting kicked up, and they probably have about 50, 60 pounds of mud in their lap.
Right. So one more line down the straightaway is.
And our winner crosses the start-finish line, and Chestnut will add to his resume, having won last night in the Popcorn Sutton White Whiskey Sportsman Challenge, and he wins this afternoon. He's a new 2014 World Champion, Dale Chestnut.
You get to go down to the podium. We'll hear from those guys very quickly, try and get our next race. I
Yay for me.
don't think they're going to have to do much track prep. Just try and clean the trucks off the track and get ready for our second race here shortly.
The checkered flag is waving. Reeves will take the win.
Before you get in, get going. Get gone. You need to get a tire that gets you. A tire like Cooper's revolutionary new CS5 with premium touring innovations for the way real drivers really drive. That's real life performance. Because life's a road trip. Come on, let's go.
Welcome back to round 13 here at Crandon, Wisconsin. Keys to the Big House. Our first Sportsman race is finished, thank goodness, and we're going to send it down to Scott Rain, who's with our winners.
This is a very interesting podium. These guys are so loaded with mud right now, but big smiles. I'm going to come over here real quick. Lon, you don't look so bad because according to the trucks looked horrible from us on the crowd, but you don't look so bad from the cockpit side.
I feel bad. I feel wet, nasty. Yeah, it was a crazy ride out there. You had to stay in the middle, and then otherwise you're getting caught up on the sides, and you were stuck.
Were you able to even know where you were in the lineup, second, third, last, a lap down? Were you even able to tell it all?
No, I wasn't. I ran out of tear-offs on lap 2 and had my visor open the whole time. Until somebody passed me, I'd put it down and then flip it back up. So, I had no idea I even got up here until I come around. My wife said, "Hey, you placed. Cool.
Well, congratulations, man. You know, this is the way it used to be here at Crandon. I remember years ago, this is exactly the way it used to be, rain or shine. You guys raced right through it. Nice job, man.
Thanks a lot, man. I got to thank my sponsors, Culver's out of Rhinelander, Josh and Jen, Hal from Gardner Amusement, John from Flying Finn, who else? Adam Robinson Construction, and that's it.
Somebody with a garden hose and able to clean the eyeballs. Congratulations, man.
Thanks a lot. Cool.
Well, let's see. We're going to come up here to Diesel Shanik. Or should I? No, wait a minute. This guy's been so shy, so quiet, and kind of like faded away from the microphone all season long. I'm going to look at you. Move over. I'm going to look you straight in the eyeballs. 2014 World Champion, Diesel Shanik.
Hell yeah. We did it. Oh, unbelievable feeling. It's my first win, a rookie season. To be a world champion is just awesome. I can't thank my crew, phenomenal. My crew chief, Jeremy, was on the spotter tower today. He was telling me exactly where to go, what to do, save the truck. All my other guys, Ben Keener out here, one of my #1 wrenchman out there, does an awesome job. My engine builder, Bill from Bill's Auto, all my sponsors, Schenecker Roofing, Hujack Excavating, Weiland Trucking, Napa from Wapaka. The list goes on. Thanks to all you guys, and thanks to my mom and dad, too. They bought me four brand new BFG tires for this race, and we got her on the top of the box.
Diesel, you haven't been this talkative every single time on the podium this entire year combined, man.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I'm not exactly sure where our second place finisher was, but once again, that was Dylan Sharkey. He's probably still trying to crawl from the mud banking, but you know what? Ladies and gentlemen, your 2014 World Champion. Let's give it up to this man right here. We've also got a representative from AMSOIL with a certificate for $50 for third and $150 in product for our leader, our winner.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to think of it, actually. I don't know how they started us, but there's people around the barn turn when I was still at the starting line, so.
3 finishers and our new 2014 World Champion, Diesel Shanik.
Celebrate. MagnaFlow.
What is Monster? It's killing tires on the ultimate gymkhana course. I'm Ken Block, and I am Monster.
Yep, it's a rainy one here at Crandon, Wisconsin. It's the big house, and it's a big rain house right now. And one race has been completed. The 1600 light buggy starting grid has 23 buggies set to race. And we still have one car still making his way. I say it's a car, but it looks like a truck. It's like an El Camino trying to make his way off the track. I don't believe they'll do much track preparation in between these classes. Again, you see the trucks periodically, as we see on camera. Those watching around the world, we can see the cars making it around and trying to make sure that these safety trucks can do so. But look at how many fans are here. And fans, my hat goes off to you if I had a hat on right now because I'm indoors. I know you didn't want to hear that. But because the rain is coming down so hard and these fans are still sticking with us, that is awesome. I believe we still have some more classic class interviews and crown another world champion here in just a second. Scott Rain's down there with them.
Well, guys, once again, we've got the Classics drivers down here. We're waiting for one very important guy that finished second. Faye Stesney's somewhere to be seen. I don't know if he's getting cleaned up and getting ready to be the flag man for the rest of the weekend. We're going to jump over here to this guy right here, Mr. Mishler. What a day to put a special paint job on your race car in honor of your father to basically not be seen.
Yeah, actually 30 years ago this weekend, my dad ran that paint scheme here in a Classics car, so I wanted it. And amazingly enough, 30 years ago, it looked just like this out there. It rained all day. So the pictures from today and from 1984 actually match.
Well, you know what? It's a really cool thing that it worked out that way, I guess, because you know what? It puts a smile on your face. So I tell you, it's got to be something kind of cool back in that pit area in a minute.
Oh, yeah, you bet. It's fun to come out here and race. The rain made it even funner. We're just like little kids. We love playing in the mud.
Well, congratulations, man.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the people that helped me out of my car and my sponsors, Lauder's BP, Rockin' Robin, Subway of Crandon, Competition Products, Orb's Pizza, Schaefer's IGA, and everybody that helps out. We sure appreciate it.
Well, fancy paint job or not, it ended up looking exactly the same way it did, like you said, years ago. So congratulations, Mike Mitchell.
Thank you, Scott.
All right, let's swing over here to this guy. You know what? We're going to do it this way. Because he's had one hell of a weekend so far, and we're only halfway through, two-thirds of the way through. All right, world champion. You bet. First ever Popcorn Sutton White Whiskey Sportsman Truck Challenge winner, and the 2014 class champion. Does it get any better than that?
No, it certainly doesn't get any better than this. And to do it all at Crandon, just really cool. All the great people here, all the great fans, the beautiful show they put on. Really interesting race today. It makes for, you kind of think a little differently out there and just try and get to the end and not get stuck and keep it momentum up. So, but the BFT tires evidently hooked enough for us today, kept us going, and ATD transmission held together fine for us, kept us rolling to the end.
Well, this rain isn't, when you think about it, may not be such a bad thing. We're the 45th anniversary here at Crandon, and the way we're running it the way it used to be done. Rain or shine, no matter what. So it's kind of appropriate that you guys are out there running in the craziest, muddiest, sloppiest crap you can come up with.
Well, it is off-road racing, and, sometimes we talk about maybe it gets over-groomed and this and that because we are off-road trucks, and, this is what happens. This is what it's all about. You take what you get, and you do the best with it.
Well, once again, Dale Chestnut, 2014 class champion, 2014 world champion, and your 2014 first ever Popcorn Sutton White Whiskey Sportsman Truck champion. This man right here. Congratulations.
I got a couple more people I'd like to thank out there. OffroadFraternity.com, Control Solutions, Double D Services, AMSOIL, Curie Enterprises, Optima Batteries, everybody else that's helped us put our truck together, my crew especially for getting it ready, and everybody that's out here.
I saw something for a second there happening. You know what we should also mention finishing second is our flag man for the rest of the weekend, Faye Stesney. He's probably getting cleaned up as we speak to skip the podium, but you know what? It's cool to see him out here in the track, but you know what? It's cool to see you up here with that big weekend title. All those titles, I should say. Nice job, Dale.
Thank you very much. It was a lot of fun. We'll go give her tomorrow.
There you have it. Once again, we'll be right back in just a moment. We'll turn it over to my cohort up there in the stands. We'll be right back with our next race.
There we go, another Sportsman world champion. All smiles. At least you made it to the podium day here at the Midwest Off-Road Racing. Here at Crandon, Wisconsin, one down, or two classes down. The 1600 buggies here to start in just a moment. We'll step aside for just a moment and come back here to Crandon right after this.
Ready. Drive.
And 90 degrees up on two wheels.
Fly. Dominate. Celebrate. MagnaFlow.
What is Monster? It's killing tires on the ultimate gymkhana course. I'm Ken Block, and I am Monster.
Prizes being picked in the last 5 numbers drawn each hour, and that will go through every race. It started at noon, and it will go till the second to last race. So listen for the numbers, check the signs around the grounds. Prizes will be able to be picked up right at the 50-50 booth. We will be posting the winning number on the big poster outside the Hill ticket booth, and of course at our 50-50 booth located by the Pavilion Bar in Margaritaville. You can purchase your tickets there all day long. There will also be people selling tickets on the ground. Just look for the 50-50 t-shirts. We do have our first 5 numbers, so if you bought your numbers, your tickets, go ahead and pull them out. The first one is 613-426. 613-426. Second winning number is 614-100. 614-100. Next number is 614-831. 614-831. Next number is 614-920. 614-920. And the last number is 614-432. 614-432. So check the 50-50 booth or up here at the ticket booth by the sound tower up here on the hill. Also, the Forest County Potawatomis welcome race fans to the Big House in a weekend full of racing action. Forest County Potawatomi is proud sponsor of the Forest County Potawatomi Brush Run, celebrating their 21st season at the Big House. We wish to congratulate Chad Horde, the 2014 champion and now a 2-time winner. As the second longest sponsor, the Forest County Potawatomi has a proud tradition of community involvement and supporting local events. We know the Crandon community is proud to host the biggest racing event in off-road racing history, and we are proud to be part of this exciting event. Welcome to Crandon race fans, and while you are here, make sure to visit us at the newly remodeled Carter Casino.
Or on the water, AMSOIL's for any engine. Visit AMSOIL.com to learn more. AMSOIL, the first in synthetics. If you operate skid steers, wheel loaders, bulldozers, or backhoes, if so, do what Torc does. Rent or buy dependable Cat equipment and generators from your local Cat dealer. With a location near you, Caterpillar offers the most productive and fuel-efficient equipment on the market today at a price you can afford. I'd like to thank the people at Cat. And Cooper Tire is an official series partner of Torc, the Off-Road Championship. Stop by the Cooper Tire display where you can win free T-shirts, hats, backpacks, and more. You can also win a set of Cooper Tires by following all of the live updates on Twitter at Team Cooper Tire. It's all brought to you by Cooper Tires. Life's a road trip. Come on, let's go. Again, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors like AMSOIL, Cat, Cooper Tire that helped make this event possible. This is round 13 of 14. Tomorrow is the final day of Torc the Off-Road Championship. Today we have some sportsman classes mixed in. The next one should be the 1600 light buggy unless my schedule changes. They're still sticking with the original schedule. A world championship will be awarded in this as well as all of our classes today. And then we will also see the Pro Lights, which we have a very tight battle for the Torc Series, as well as Pro 2-wheel drive and Pro 4-wheel drive. Still up for grabs, all three classes coming in here in Crandon. Of course, the biggest points differential is the Pro 4, but it tightens up to 28 points between first and second for the Pro 2-wheel drive, and 28 points between first, second, third, and fourth for the Pro Lights. But it's the keys to the big house here at Crandon. It's our second stop. This is the fall race. Feels kind of like fall weather today. August 30th, 2014, and we still have a lot more racing to go. I believe we have one more truck out there on the course at the entrance to Turn 2, so we're going to still step aside for just a moment. Thank all the fans for sticking around today. The rain has stopped for those of you watching around the world. The rain has stopped right now. It was a mutter for the first Sportsman Races, but we still have a lot more racing today, and we're just getting started.
Start the cameras. All right, stand up on the exterior step.
The whole road switch. I'm going home now.
Husqvarna's latest innovation is based on a simple fact. The Earth is not flat. Its hills, valleys, and uneven terrain inspired Husqvarna to create a line of all-wheel drive mowers that help make easy work of any mowing challenge. The Earth isn't flat, but with a Husqvarna all-wheel drive mower, it sure could feel that way. Find the all-wheel drive mower at your local Husqvarna dealer and Lowe's.
Welcome back to Torc the Off-Road Championship. Scott Rain, you are now, muddy and rainy day here in Crandon. Because you're getting some love from some of the guys, but it looks like you got mud spackle all over
Mr. Chestnut, he owes me a new Torc shirt, but no. With his big check that he won last night. But
yeah, let's take it. I think they're going to take our on camera. Yeah, look at this. This is what happens when you're friends with guys in the sports class. They don't think about you having to work the rest of the day because their work is done. You just crowned world champions.
Well, now you're just egging on the rest of the class.
Yeah.
You coming out here.
It might be wet T-shirt / muddy T-shirt day for Scott Rain. That's all right. You got another shirt for tomorrow?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's supposed to be dry
I'll come
tomorrow.
up with some BJ just in case.
BJ Burwell.
Extra large.
Yeah.
But no, I kind of thought there'd be guys that'd be upset about running on conditions like this, but it's quite the opposite. The guys down there were happy, excited. This is what we used to do.
The guys on the podium were happy. That's surprising. If you'd have talked to a guy in fourth place, I bet you wasn't near as happy.
Well, that may be the case, but this is exactly how it used to be 20 years ago, 15 years ago. This is what we raced through.
Right?
The weather, the rain has stopped, which is what it's supposed to according to the radar. It's supposed to slowly get a little brighter and brighter throughout the afternoon. And the track, I guarantee this, by the time I'd say where we're at now in time, I'd say by 4:30, this track is going to be perfect.
So about the cell, hopefully that was that one cell you were talking about. You're our part-time amateur meteorologist, and hopefully that was the one cell you were talking about that had yet to come through. So if that's the case, yeah, it could be good. I don't think they're going to have to do any track prep because there really wasn't any lines or no ruts or anything going to form. So why not put the next class out there and let them break the track in a little bit?
Well, I know for a fact I was looking at the right website last night and trying to chase this weather. My wife was in bed next to me, and she's rolled over facing the other direction, and my iPad was lighting up the entire room. And she's kind of, really? Can you just, like, go to bed now, turn the thing off? But no, I was like trying to monitor, figure out what time, what cell is going to hit the racetrack, this afternoon.
She was saying Jim Cantori's name in her sleep, and now I at least know why. So that's a good thing.
This is her first trip here in 10 years, so there might be another 10 years before I'm able to drag her back here. But
look at this. So the next guys are lined up. You see that? What do we have? 23 guys are going to be in this class, and you're in a buggy. How will the buggies handle these things? Compared to the trucks and cars, we're about to find out here shortly.
Yeah, one of the things that I think they got to do is really stiffen these shocks up. Get them as hard as possible. Get them as stiff as possible because they're gaining weight.
You can't do that just with the compression. You're talking about having to throw stiffer springs on it in the cases of some of these guys.
Some of these guys,
you got to stiffen them up that way.
Yeah, really, change the valving possibly, but definitely put more nitrogen. Probably, I don't know what, I'm just guessing. I have no clue what they run for pressure in these shocks. So if they run like 75 pounds, you're talking about 150 pounds now.
Bump it all up. We'd like to thank the people at Husqvarna. They're the world's largest producer of outdoor power products. Husqvarna offers a full line of lawn and garden equipment for the homeowner and the professional. Chainsaws, blowers, trimmers, lawnmowers, tractors, and zero turns. Husqvarna has everything you need to get the job done. Stop by the Husqvarna display area to find out how you can save 10% on the next purchase of Husqvarna outdoor power equipment. And also Western Digital, one of our sponsors, Torc, brings you closer to some of the biggest names and best trucks in off-road racing. But big things sometimes come in the smallest packages. With a My Passport drive from Western Digital, you can store your life's biggest moments on a portable drive that fits in your hand. Follow at Western Digital and tweet us using the hashtag #WhatDrives_you for the chance to win a My Passport. Western Digital, absolutely hashtag #WhatDrives_you. I think that's cool, though, and I think everybody should do that. With the day of the GoPro and stuff, and you have all this video and all your pictures, you don't want them lost. Throw them suckers on that little passport. You can keep it. You can stack them up in the house. They're not that expensive. And also, when you're taking all these pictures, we want to see you talking about these pictures at #Torc. Whether it's Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, just throw the #Torc on there. Show us what a great time you're having. Show us how muddy you are. Let everybody else around the world know what it's like here at Amsoil.
People have heard the legend of the Jurassic Park. If you happen to hear us and you're back in Jurassic Park, or you have pictures from last night in your smartphone, #Torc. Let's see them. Let's let everybody know it's just not just a legend. It really, crazy things really do happen back there in Jurassic Park. To say nothing of what's going on in the hill here. Again, I'm still looking outside. I still see no raindrops. The rooftop next to us looks to be drying off a little bit.
All right, talk to me as far as beverage here. When we were at Bark River, I know those two, they compete against each other, but they get along with each other.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they do. And the same type of fans.
They work together a lot, yeah.
But the Bloody Mary is the signature drink over there, and you could get a Virgin Bloody Mary maybe if you want. But, Bloody Mary is the signature drink of Bark River. Is there a signature drink of Crandon? My buddy Pat Schutte, I think, does, the PR and marketing stuff here. And Pat, of all people, should have a signature Crandon cocktail.
Well, I don't know as how there's one particular cocktail that's signature here for Crandon. I think they all are. Anything that you can get at the liquor store is a signature drink here at Crandon. But I think what is signature here is chicken wing.
Oh, really? I heard margarita. You're saying chicken
margarita?
Wing. I heard it's margarita.
I would never know that. I'm looking at Dave Mullins. He's going, oh, yeah. So I guess that's the truth. That's who we're going by.
Hey, margarita-flavored chicken wings. Maybe we can do it.
There's something I've never heard before, but I'll give you that one.
Oh, Jimmy Buffett would do it. You see the fans here. They are going to be loaded with cheese curds and brats before the weekend is over, and loaded on other things as well. But look at how many people show up for a mud race. That's awesome. They call mud the great equalizer no matter what kind of racing you do. And we're seeing a lot of equalization today.
You brought up a great point. We had a fantastic Walker Evans roast on Thursday night at the community center in town, and that was one of the things. Walker Evans would show up here, or any track here in the Midwest, and it would be huge, muddy conditions, and it would equalize his horsepower to the likes of guys like Farmer John. And some of the great stories that came out of that party, obviously every single one of them was at Walker Evans' expense. He took it in great stride, had a blast. A lot of the guys had fantastic stories that I never knew about. We had Randy Anderson up there talking. We had a chance with Kurt Leduc is here. He talked about Walker. Scott Douglas. Even Marty Fiolka had a few words about Walker. It's just a lot of guys had some great stories. And Walker Evans is here. He's with R.J. Anderson. I want to say back in the second row on the pavement with the Polaris Razor sponsored Pro 2, who's going to be coming out here in Pro 2 for the first time ever here at Crandon.
I'm looking forward to that.
I guess you can almost say it's Walker Evans' grandson, so to speak. Randy himself has worked for Walker since he was like 15 or 16 years old, and is still working out of that same shop. But to have RJ running in a Pro 2 here this weekend is going to be pretty cool. The baton has been passed from Walker to Randy, now Randy to RJ, and RJ's doing one heck of a job out there.
All right, you see the guys lined up right there. That's the 1600 light buggies, and they're ready to hit this course at Crandon. But, not every course has been around for 45 years. It was just less than a month ago we went to a first-ever course at Sturgis, South Dakota. What a race it was. But before then, it was just a field.
This project was ambitious from the very beginning. I mean, you're talking about building a brand new track out of scratch into an existing hillside, which is basically prairie. I mean, nothing here.
Looking at all the natural terrain, I was asking him, what do we get to do here? And he says, do whatever you want. So to me, that was like, hell yeah.
Glad if Peoria win. I'm right in the middle of building the track, dude. You're killing me here on my time frame.
Just flying in from Sturgis, it's a little stressful because I've got still a lot to complete. We got a deadline to meet. We got to get this done.
Torc is a lot like a lot of our customers in that they go by feel. They have an idea of what they want to build and they build it. So when this track was roughed in by Torc and their operators, Jeff Nordstrom, at that point we put that into a map, a GPS map, and that tractor will know within a quarter inch of where it's supposed to be based upon GPS tracking.
Being here and seeing what I got to come for, okay, now I understand. It's taking Torc to a new level, and that's what we're trying to do.
We're pulling back into the Buffalo Chip track out here at Sturgis and getting ready to do some work.
I mean, you put a guy that's a good hand on a dozer, an operator, and you put him with technology, the results are pretty fantastic.
What this technology can do for us, I think, is speed up the process of the track building.
We look forward to a lot of years with Torc, and we think it's just the beginning of something really, really big.
What it means for the track experience and our fans and everything else, we're just going to produce a lot more badass tracks.
Welcome back to the Keys to the Big House. It's been a muddy start to the day, a mid-portion of the day. I don't even have my phone out here to see what time it is. I just know it's rain time. It's what it's been. Let me look at this. So originally we were going to start at 10. It's about almost 2:15 right now. Robbie Floyd, Scott Rain, and we'll get to see Kelly Snyder here in just a little bit and do interviews with the pros. But we have some news to let everybody in. You see the 1600 light buggies lined up on the starting grid right there. Evidently, they're going to stay lined up for a bit. As we see the track personnel out there on the track, I think they're going to do some grooming.
Well, I think what happened is when it started raining through the second half of that last race, it really we kept racing on, but it didn't help the track conditions. It kind of really made it a little bit worse, and it rutted up. And you can see, if you look, you see the lines, the tire marks out there in the track in certain areas. The grader's got to go out there and move it off to the side. And the thing is with these buggies, they're super lightweight,
they can get
limited
traction.
horsepower. And I think what's going to happen is if a truck went to the side and off the track, if a buggy got hooked up on one of those tracks, it would do the same darn thing. So I think we're going to take a moment and let some track work get underway. And from what I'm hearing,
Yeah, it could be a little bit. But, I mean, either way, we saw them do it just before the rain really came down. They cleaned it off or cleared it up and turned it over pretty quick. But they are going to have to totally get the CAT equipment back out there. We might need to hear some of our sponsors like from CAT and other stuff, because I think just to let you fans know so you're not sitting on the edge of your seat waiting for the 1600 light buggy, they are going to have a race hold for a while, and they're going to try and turn this track over, because evidently that might be that one cell you were talking about. And thank God if it is the last bit of rain we get this weekend.
Well, that's supposed to be the case, but we're in Crandon. We're in northern Wisconsin. Give it 5 minutes. It'll change from east to west, north to south. Who knows, man? It's really going to kind of throw a wrench at things, but again, this is not anything that we're not used to here at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway, in particular on Labor Day weekend. I was handed a note just a moment ago that Ashley and Jason Shu, they met here at Crandon in the fall of 2011, and it looks like they got married about a month and a half or so ago on August 9th, 2014. So congratulations to Ashley and Jason Shu. They met here at Crandon in 2011, probably more than likely back in Jurassic Park, and now they're married. So I want to welcome up to the stage, up to the podium here, or to the booth here once again. And no, there's no on switch, just hold up. Logan Kolpak, one of the drivers. It's always cool to have a driver come up here and kind of talk about the program a little bit, what it's like on a big weekend like this, chasing that World Championship ring this weekend, or I should say today, and then chasing that points championship come tomorrow. This is where you talk.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping I could race this race, but couldn't. And this would be the race to do it. If you take it easy and just let everybody else spin out and just try not making contact and just last as long as you can on this track.
Well, what's it like? Give us a driver's perspective. Robbie and I have been kind of speculating on what it's like to be out there. Some of the fans don't really know either. Some of the fans that used to be drivers do. But what's it like? Give us a driver's perspective on a track like that you just witnessed. What's it like to race on that thing?
Well, I just hope you have a lot of tear-offs on, and you just get roosted so much, and you just go through tear-offs like crazy, and yeah, it's just.
Well, you talk about vision. You're not being able to see and tear-offs, things along that line. What's it like when all of a sudden you have a car in front of you kind of slides sideways or gets kind of skittish and just roosts you and nail you in the chest with pounds and pounds and pounds of that heavy mud?
Yeah, you get a little nervous, and you just hope you can just keep it on the track and pull a tear-off off and see if you can stay with them and pass them again. But
well, what is you have any now that we're at the final weekend of the 2014 season? Any visions, any plans, any dreams, or can you tell us anything what might be happening for 2015?
Well, I'm hoping maybe being a pro buggy, but I don't really think that's going to happen. So we're just going to come back out and see how good we can do. We didn't have good luck at Bark River the first weekend. Didn't finish both days. Broke a lot of stuff, and just it wasn't good.
Well, here's the thing. Keep in mind, don't get discouraged. Keep in mind that you are on the track. A lot of us wish that we were. You're the guy that's out there. It's one you can say you're living the dream.
Yeah, I'm thankful.
And we're living through you, so to speak.
Yeah. I'm thankful for what I've got right now. Just being on the track is amazing. Like having all these spectators here is just fun and just a good weekend for everybody.
Well, Logan, who are some of the people behind the scenes that have been helping you out?
Well, mostly my dad, and then we had a couple people. Then my cousin Jake is racing the car now this weekend, and he helped a lot at the shop. We had some long nights and stuff, but my dad's the biggest one out there for helping, got me into it, and yeah, I'm thankful for that.
Well, Logan, thank you so much for coming up here and kind of telling us what it's like behind the scenes of going out there on the racetrack and back in the pits. And we're looking forward to seeing you out there in 2015 in maybe
hopefully
a super buggy. Yeah, there you go. Once again, it's Logan Kolpak up here in the booth. Hopefully you're the first of a long line of drivers coming here to see us. We'll be right back. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back right after this.
I'm one of the owners for Total Chaos Fabrication. I'm also one of the drivers. We have to test our equipment. You have one opportunity to nab the money shot. I have to believe that it's going to be accessible and it's not going to fail on me. We'll travel with equipment like external WD hard drives. We have to trust that the equipment's gonna protect our data. I have to believe in what I'm using, and I have to have trust in it.
As the velocity of change in the world increases, so does the promise of opportunity. For over 86 years, we've stayed true to the belief that if you put quality in, you get quality out. No matter the job, our equipment is built for it. No matter the ask, our dealers are up for it. No matter the challenge, you'll be ready for it. Build on a company that's built for it.
Welcome back to Torque the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL. We have Sportsman Racing going to get underway first, though. You see the 1600 light buggies out there on the track. But we'd like to thank all of our sponsors that help make this event possible, as well as all of our Torque the Off-Road Championship events. And importantly, Traxxas. Experience the extreme radio control excitement with Traxxas. Traxxas, they offer nitro power, electric power, and the tire melting X01 supercar with a top speed over 100 miles per hour. Traxxas is the fastest name in radio control. Traxxas trucks are ready to race with no assembly required. You can see action-packed videos and the full product lineup at Traxxas.com. That's TRAXXAS.com. Traxxas cars, trucks, boats, and helicopters are available at hobby stores worldwide. And MagnaFlow is proud to be the official exhaust sponsor of Torque the Off-Road Series. At MagnaFlow, we're dedicated to building durable, quality products manufactured in the U.S. with cutting-edge technology and premium components. We produce exhaust systems that perform and sound great whatever you drive. Join Team MagnaFlow on Facebook and Twitter. Also, VP Race Fuels. Whether you're a sponsored pro or a weekend warrior, VP Race Fuels are purpose-built to grab the lead and keep you there. Extreme off-road conditions bring out the best in VP. VP Fuels make more power, are more consistent, and they're easy to find. For more info, visit vpracingfuels.com. Well, this is Torque the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL. The fans are in attendance. Thank you for all of you fans, but thank you for all the fans watching online and around the world. I'm Robbie Floyd with Scott Rain. And I think I'm talking on Scott's microphone for just a second. I'm going to switch to mine because this is the keys to the big house. And one of the keys is you're going to have to deal with mud. You have to make adjustments. They call it the great equalizer. And you have to be diverse. And one of the most diverse rider, driver, persons in the crowd here is Larry Pegram to my right, a guy who got to race here in the spring race, and you're in the pro buggy class, and you'll get to race later on today. But since then, you've done some World Superbike racing, some AMA racing. Without question, you're probably the most diverse athlete or drivers here today, you and Baumgartner, I guess, being a snowboard guy. But you know what it's like to go from a perfect track yesterday to a mud fest today.
Well, sort of.
You did all the dirt track.
I've raced in mud on dirt bikes. I've never raced in them on the buggy, but I'm actually looking forward to it. It's definitely going to be a different element. I watched that first race and was somewhat glad I wasn't out there at that time, but it looked like fun too.
Knew you couldn't be in a buggy out there, and that's why they stopped it. Because the first words you said to me is they needed to hold it because you're basically, propelling yourself with one wheel out there with a buggy.
Yeah, with the differential on the back, when one wheel, it'll put the power to one wheel. So the buggy's being a two-wheel drive vehicle, at that point you're one wheel, and we would basically all be stuck out there right now if we were trying to race. So it wouldn't be too exciting.
All right, so we saw guys smoking, having a problem, as far as, burning up all their radiator fluid. It's hot. The radiators clog up. Even though they have fans, they will overheat. What are some of the things that you're going to possibly do to help yourself later on in the day as far as physically and maybe to your machine?
Well, I would think being in front would be the key.
I said that to Scott. I said it might be more important than even setup is being out there with clear vision.
I would think for sure. I mean, and I think you're going to run into traffic regardless, even if you're in front, because there's going to be guys, spinning out, stalling, and the track being smaller. But being in front is going to be a huge advantage, and I don't even know where we're starting on. I know we're not up at the front because we missed a couple races, so we're not in the points good now. But it's going to be a huge advantage to be up towards the front and trying not to make a mistake. And you're talking about trying not to make a mistake when you're racing on ice, basically. So trying not to spin the thing out, trying not to end up in a mud bank or in a wall or something like that. That's going to be the big key.
Larry, I remember you starting out in dirt track racing, you know, on the bikes, and I'm sure you're used to a tear-off or two in your lifetime, two meaning 2 million tear-offs in your lifetime. What about with the cars and trucks now? And you have that halfway point. I saw in the motocross races a couple of weeks ago that guys are pulling in for new goggles. Can you do anything with a full face helmet as far as pulling in at the halftime? If you absolutely have no vision, you do not want to lift your visor up if you can keep from it. Is there anything you can do here in the cars? Can you go for a second set of tear-offs? Can you slap them on that quick?
I wouldn't think so. I mean, you if you did, especially with the track being smaller like this on the caution lap, you're going to lose too many positions. And the helmet's going to be so coated in mud. If you pulled all the tear-offs off, you're going to be putting tear-offs on top of mud. So I think what you start with is what you're going to finish with as far as amount of tear-offs or whatever you have. And we're trying some different stuff. Everybody's trying their little ingenuitive stuff to figure out how to keep the mud off your shield and off your radiators and off the car, really, basically. Because
you want to grease it down, I'm sure, probably as much as you possibly
can. Yeah,
right?
because I think you saw in that first race some of those cars by the end their suspension was bottomed out. You're talking 500-600 pounds of mud on a car that just makes the thing almost undrivable.
You looking forward to doing this? I mean, you look at the track. I know as a racer,
I'm looking forward to playing in the mud. I don't know if I'm looking forward to racing in the mud, but it looks like fun. It really does.
All right, so word has it, and you might actually be my partner up here calling for a second. I don't see Scott, but I can't think of a better person, but I'm hearing that they are going to run the buggies before they do any track prep, or maybe they won't need the track prep. Maybe they rethought it. So now your thoughts to that, and you seeing these guys. Light buggy is usually a good thing as far as flickability, but as far as traction, not so good in the mud.
I don't know. I guess we'll see here in a second. I would be surprised if they can really make it around here. It looks like the guys in the four-wheel drive trucks, the service trucks, are starting to be able to get around a little bit better, but it's not going to be a high-speed race, that's for sure.
It's going to be fun. What about these fans? I know the spring race, you got to come here, but a fall race, knowing that it's going to rain today and that there's thousands of fans on the hillside, it's pretty awesome, isn't it?
I think it's awesome. I think one of the things, that'll dry a track out is people walking around it. I think they ought to let all the fans go out there and run around the track and have a mud fight, and that would dry the track out for us.
Well, Scott's testing out some of the chicken wings. Have you tried some of the Crandon delicacies out there this week?
I've noticed there's a lot of fried food up here. When we went to dinner last night, there was a lot of fried fish, fried shrimp, fried chicken.
They love their fried.
There was
more than
fried.
Cajuns.
Yeah.
I think they like their fried food more than Cajuns. All right, you got to be on that front row.
Yeah.
We know that. Can you imagine? 23 guys is what I have on here. 16 light buggy. I'm seeing the line. Greg Stingle. I guess that would indicate the current points leaders. Greg Stingle in this class. He's going to start 11th.
Yeah, they're inverting the.
So maybe you might start up front. Did you see where you were?
No, I did. I'm actually 7th in points from missing those two races. I was leading the points when I left. Now I'm 7th, and they're inverting the start to 6, the top 5 actually.
Oh, you got.
So I get to start 7th.
Man, it would have been nice if you would have.
If they would have inverted the top 7, that would have been nice.
If the top
Maybe we
7 you were on
somebody.
it. Well, they did 11 here. Somebody pulled the wrong popsicle stick. Right?
Yeah. I need to have a talk with somebody. I need to lighten my wallet up a little bit, get me up to the front.
Robbie Floyd, Larry Peckham here with you. Scott Rain mowing some chicken wings over to my left. Just part of the festivities here at the Big House, Crandon, Wisconsin. I'd like to welcome everybody who's just turning in on watching on YouTube and might have connected through torcseries.com. We will have the pro classes a little bit later, the pro two-wheel drives, the pro four-wheel drives, and the pro lights. Not necessarily in that order. I believe the Pro 4s will be the first of our Torc races, kicking things off this afternoon. Land Rush starts is the plan. I know our first race was a Sportsman race, trucks as well as classics. They started side by side, so.
Yeah, I think this one's not going to be a land rush either.
No, and it shouldn't be. I mean, it would be tough. But when it comes time for the land rush start going into that first turn, that has to be. I mean, it has to be.
Well,
spooky.
listen, that's spooky no matter what. Let's not. But
right.
To do it right now with the track the way it is, I'm glad I'm not going to be doing that. Hopefully they're not going to do that with the buggies. They can do it with the Pro 4 guys. They're tough. See, let those guys try it.
And I don't know. Maybe our cameraman. Maybe he can pull back if Tim can hear me. Our producer in the truck out there in our our Torc double wide. If he can pull back a little bit closer, because this is the first turn that we'll see the land rush start. And tomorrow, for sure, I believe everybody will be doing that start. But if we pull back a little bit, you see a hump right after that truck, but also right where the quad's going right now. That's a big hump on the inside heading into that first turn.
Right. And they've been able to drive a little bit on the very inside of this corner when they're bringing the vehicles out for the races, but nobody's been able to drive on the top of it. So if you get in there and you get off the inside, you're probably going to slide all the way into the wall. So I would.
It's all downhill right there too, and you kind of get a little taste of it. You see the quad as he makes that right-hand turn.
Yeah.
It's downhill, which puts weight on the front end. It's usually a good thing. But that also means that you're a plow going into that first turn.
Yeah, well, there's a point when dirt is mud that it goes from having any traction to basically you're skiing. So you're just out there with your two front skis trying to turn and hoping it turns. And hopefully we have, if we do the land rush starts, everybody gets through that first corner safe. But it's going to be a mess for
All
sure.
right, you see right there. I want you to pay attention, Larry, because I know how you don't pay attention to drivers' meeting. See those cones? Those are acceleration cones. Anytime between that first cone and the second cone, that's when you can get on the throttle. In theory, that's when the leaders can.
Right.
How much bumping and banging happens on no typical starts like that when you're midway through the pack?
Well, you're more, because you can't see very well, as far as just because there's a buggy right in front of you. You're more relying on the guy in front of you and your spotter in your ear telling you when it goes. But you still, no matter what, you can't go till the guy in front of you goes.
There's a great shot of that first turn. Look at how down it. Look at the truck.
Yeah, how
he's
would you like
trying
to
to grab
coming into that at
traction
100 miles an hour?
And he's got four-wheel drive.
Yeah.
Right. He's up there on the top trying to stay on top. And the one thing is, when you come into that hot, if you get on the brakes, it's in the plow. It's like a ball snow plow. He's heading there. So you know what? One thing, you have to get back on the throttle to even try and bring that thing around, and your body's telling you, I need to slow down, but I got to pitch it.
Yeah, and also I can't slow down too much because then everybody's going to pass me, and then I'm not going to be able to see. The guy that's in first place coming in the first corner is going to have a huge advantage, but he also might realize he's in first place coming in the first corner because he came in there way too fast and he ends up in the wall. So it's going to be the first time we do a land rush start. If we get any of those in today, it's going to be hairy, the very first one for sure, because you're going to be basically going into the blind, not knowing how quick to go in there.
And we're talking about all the hypotheticals when it does go to a land rush start. I'm sure these guys are not going to start that way just yet, especially. It's going to be a struggle for them to just get around the track. But they'll probably start 2 by 2 and then, pick it up right there at the acceleration cones down the front straightaway. But hopefully, possibly, and especially when we get down to the pro races, they will do that land rush start today. Tomorrow, for sure. So today, knowing that tomorrow's the last day of the season, are you still in salvation mode, trying to save everything, or is it still just pin it because it's the last weekend of the season?
I don't know what that means, salvation mode.
Yeah, I know, Darry. That's not really your style.
Your foot's in the floor. Your foot's not in the floor. Get out of the car.
That was not your. Okay. That was not your style. I think we're going to step aside for just a moment. And they're going to come back, and the 1600 lights are sure to start. Hopefully here at Torc, the off-road championship for the Big House at Crandon.
When you take that checkered flag and you're standing top on the box, you're proud to have AMSO on your shirt. But I tell you what, when you take that motor apart in the dyno room and you look at those bearings and you see how great they are, you're really proud to be an AMSO driver and to be representing a team that has product that's that good.
Flags are waving. That could be a good sign because that helps dry out the track a little bit. Also blows that front through the system there. Robbie Floyd, Scott Rain, Kelly Snyder with us later on this afternoon. Kelly's probably just playing in the mud back there. You know how she is.
Oh yeah,
Or
I'm sure she's just having a blast.
Yeah, in her
belly
mud boots.
flopping in the backstretch.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, with her mud boots and all.
Have you ever met?
No,
Kelly
yeah, that's
Snyder?
not
So
her. That's not her.
You really think that's
I
even
guarantee
a
you,
remote possibility?
her feet have not touched the mud today. But we'll see her later doing the interviews down on the podium. Scott, you're a little muddier than you were earlier because you got to interview some world champions. We get to assign championships, not only championships because we will crown a Torc Series champion for our pro races tomorrow, but today it's about the world championships. One day you can be a world champion in all these respected classes.
And the thing is that you talk to some of these guys, and it is gold. It is their thing that they cherish forever.
You can't take it away from them.
No, actually, my sister has 2 of them, and they are in a prime location at home for her. She raced a few years.
So your sister has more world championships than you do.
She's got all of them in our family.
but in your family, you've got 2. You just say it like that, and you don't say, like that. When I'm with Ricky Carmichael, I talk about all the championships that he and I have won. He did them all. It wasn't me, but
Well, you helped because you cheered him on.
Yes, I did, and I called a few of them. But
I'm really curious as I'm looking on the racetrack right there on the screen. That is what I'm concerned about.
What?
When we were talking about limited horsepower buggies coming up next, the 600 lights. Limited horsepower. They're running stock VW suspension components. They're running even a restrictor plate. So you're really limiting. You're choking these things on horsepower. This class was designed for budget. To really get a lot of people in it. Obviously, we got 23 cars, one of the largest, if not the largest class out there this weekend. But how are they going to be able to get through this? It's going to be very interesting to see because, Greg Stingle, our current points leader, he's
starts
one of the best
11th
ones out there.
He's starting 11th, though, too, because of the inversion.
Yeah. I mean, how do you really make these things handle in rough terrain like this where obviously a car like this is going to weigh about, again, 500-600 pounds heavier than when it started? We got 23 cars in the lineup. In fact, we probably should bring those guys up in just a moment because from what I hear, we're about to go green any second. So here's our lineup of 23 cars in the 600 light buggy division. On the front row, we've got the 117 of Barry Wallen. Starting up alongside the wall, we've got Craig Padel. He'll be starting alongside him in 144. Tony Keepers is in the 152 starting third. Starting fourth is Craig Rabe in the 126. Bo Ambo starts fifth in the 188. Todd Lemke is starting sixth in the 109. Brian Holcher in the 100 starting seventh. Billy Booth is starting eighth in the 151. Matt Mullen, who's been very fast last couple rounds of racing, starts in the ninth spot in the 174, as well as Derek Tilkins, been on the podium quite a bit lately in the 121. Our current points leader, like you said, starts 11th in the 172. Nick Visser starts 12th in the 180, one of the coolest looking cars out there in the track. Tyler Wyans will start 13th in 192. Herman Barnum starts 14th in the 182. Starting 15th is Tom Benvenuti out of Canada in the 156. Dylan Marquardt starts 60th in the 122. Jerry Windmuller starts 17th in the 112. Ben Alcox starts 18th in the 136. We've got Kai Graff starting 19th in the 137. Jake Nelson starts 20th in the 111. Here they come into turn one. Rolling start. Anna Rabe will start 21st in the 124. Tracy Fleischman in the 120, 26. And Jeff Vernig, dead last, 23rd in the 166.
It's time. This should be fun. We're wondering how they're going to make it around the track.
Now
We're about to find out.
Look at all the windshields, how they're blocked off. Those are usually nothing more than just straight bars, no screen, but they're just all covered. Oh, look at this. Yeah.
No, not so good right there. You're going the wrong way. How does he know where we're going? My favorite line ever in a movie with planes, trains, and automobiles. We got a green flag, but I could swear the front row didn't even make it to the first hump.
We're going to have to
insert clown music right here. This is going to be tough. Yeah. All right, I guess we're tested. Nick Baumgartner just ran out of here screaming, going, this is awesome. It's awesome sauce.
We're going to have, is this a demolition? They're backing in like it's Demolition Derby. We're going to have to wait until they cross the line until they drive by so we can see the back number plates because we will not be able to see the sides.
I don't know who's out in front, but he should be sponsored by Boss Snowplow.
I think that was Craig Padel, but let's see, 100.
Now he's the new leader.
Brian Holcher.
7th to 1st.
Yeah.
Nice.
Starting in that 7th spot, running up front.
That teed off whoever. If that was Padel, is that 34, 134? I don't have a 134 on there. Maybe it's 144. Stephanie Pat. Yeah, that is Craig Padel. I believe it's him in second. He was teed off when he got past right there. Did you see him charging?
He actually had the hole shot hanging at turn number 2 as they come around.
Let's see if we get a green flag.
Now we'll see if our...
Yeah, green flag. Look at that. They're saying go. It's all good.
Here we go. Brian Holter first across the line.
Why when I'm watching this, I hear the Benny Hill song playing in my mind?
Matt Mullen at second, Derek Tilkins, and we still got the track blocked up by the barn. Derek Tilkins running in that third spot.
Our leader. Did I say over rotation?
Could that be 172? Yeah, Stingles started 11th, already up to 4th.
Yeah, and then that's him in the picture right there. He dropped back to 5th. You saw him on that front straightaway. I think he's just down to 72, but it should be the 172 for this class. So Holcher, Mullen, Tilkins, Stingle, 1, 2, 3, and 4, the first time to take the checker flag. And I'm assuming they're going to keep all the laps the same?
Well, you know what? I hate to say it, but the thing is, the more laps they do, the cleaner the track is going to become, the more this track gets packed. Much like dirt tracks, you know, the ovals. So go out there and pack the track going in reverse, though.
Yeah.
Around, counterclockwise.
I'm wondering
There's
if they're
Tom
running.
Benvenuti with the Canadian flag. That one's easy to tell.
Yeah,
So
run the full length of the track, and you see the flaggers telling him over there, over here, inside. Oh, nice.
Let's see. I believe that's Rabe. That's the 124. Anna Rabe started 21st, and she's going by. Pink. No, you got to kind of pick these out. Don't look at numbers. Look at the color of the roll cage. Anything you might recognize from the cars earlier. And that, who the heck knows who that is?
That's somebody. That's Stuck. That's Stucky. Willie B. Stucky.
Look at everybody. You go down there, push them out. I'm not going down there. Oh boy, if you can't
Look
keep
at
it
that.
tight
Wheels
to the
turn to
inside.
left. That you want to learn what oversteer and understeer is right there in that one straightaway. You'll see both.
I think that's Visser and what looks like a green car underneath there. So Holcher how about take a look at this timing and scoring. Brian Holcher up front, but Jeff Vernig in second, started 23rd. So right now Vernig is in second. Matt Mullen third.
Well, you know why? Venning had a best lap of 1:50.85, where our leader was 12 seconds slower the lap before. So thank you, Race Monitor, for everything you do for us here. But Brian Holter, even though he's out in front, Venning actually had a 12-second quicker lap.
And yeah, that's right there's Tom Benvenuti. And the only reason I'm calling him out is once again I can see that Canadian flag waving right above his car. Craig Rabe, let's see, running order right now. Brian Holter's up front, Jeff Vernig in second, Matt Mullen third, Derek Tilkins fourth. It looks like Stingle's falling back to fifth, Tracy Fleischman sixth. The 152 of Tony Keepers is in that seventh spot. Craig Rabe ninth, and Anna Rabe in that top 10. You can see Vernig going by Rabe right there. The only clean thing on the car is the rear number plate.
Hey, welcome to Midwest Off-Road Racing, right? We're in the Midwest, and this is off-road racing. It's trying to manage your equipment, manage your eyesight, manage just making it around what is now a 7/8 mile course instead of the original 1 3/4 mile track. This is the short course version, and it's still taking them plenty long to get around here. About a minute 50-second lap times are quickest here in the light buggy.
Jeff Vernig has got the field covered with the fast lap time right now. 150.8. I think the next closest one is 202.
No, 157.
Yeah, so he's got 7 seconds on the next fastest lap out there. So Vernig. And let's take a look at the back number plate. That is the 122, I think it was.
Yeah, he's.
That's Dylan Marquardt going by the barn area, headed towards the skybox. Yeah, Derek Tilkins has taken the lead. Well, we got a shakeup up front.
That's the
Derek
172.
Tilkins, Tracy Fleischman running 1 and 2.
So, yeah, it looked like Stingle up into third now, started at 11th place.
There's Stingle right there.
Yeah, so we've got two guys, Tracy Fleischman up in front of him, as well as Derek Tilkins. But that's our third place competitor the last time across the stripe. But our differential is 11.5 second lead. Derek Tilkins ahead of Tracy Fleischman.
It's simply amazing technology because they have that little orange box about the size of a matchbox.
Hey, look at this. You're right. Yeah, look at this. I didn't even notice that. Tracy Fleischman, out of a 24-car field, started what?
22nd.
What place is Tracy in now?
Yeah,
20 cars have been passed.
And also the same thing with Jeff Vernig, who was leading just a moment ago, started dead last.
Yeah,
now he's fallen back to 6th, though. He was leading earlier.
So Tracy, I mean, no.
And then we got two cars looked like they were tied up with rear bumpers.
Tilkins, the 121, was out in front. Yeah, 121's out in front with an 11.5 second lead the last time around the stripe. Tracy Fleischman in second. Third is the 172 of Greg Stingle. Fourth, the 152 of Tony Keepers. And fifth, Craig Rabe in the 126. Fastest lap that last lap was Tom Benvenuti. It looked like well, that can't be right, a 34-second lap time. Yeah, that didn't come out so right. I think he might have spun around on the track. Unless he's just really picking it up and throwing it down. So Tilkins.
Derek Tilkins just crossed the line.
Yeah,
He's got a sizable lead right now as he's coming around in that long left-hand sweeper, but we got a couple of cars blocking traffic in that corner. He's got to slide wide a little bit. There is actually a line on that track right now. There isn't a line, but it's no wider than just one car. They can just make their way through it. It looks like we got one car being pulled off on the strap. How about the track crew this weekend? Man. All volunteers. Yeah, I'll go do it. And all of a sudden it rains. Oh, do I have to?
Yeah, that was a driver just wanting to get going again. He was stuck there in the middle, but you don't want to put the safety crew in a bad situation either. Uh-oh, somebody stuck on the front straight and coming. I talked about that push coming down the front straight. You see it in the back of your picture right there, kind of stuck in no man's land. Now having to back up. Somebody gets stuck back in the middle of the infield.
That's Vernig. That's the 166 of Vernig. He's in the top.
He was in third.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he's running in the third spot. Went from dead last to the lead. Fell back to 6th. Now he's back up to third. Still quite a ways back from the top two, though. Just keep these cars straight. And this is they're having to drive these cars totally different than what they normally would. Hard into the corner. Keep that momentum up. Don't throw them sideways. Now it's basically just really tiptoe. Don't worry about speed. Don't worry about momentum. Just get through the corner.
But you have to get it sideways to get it to steer, though, too. You know, I mean, you have to pitch it to get it to rotate.
And we've got a car racing a safety truck.
Anna Rabe. Anna's on it. There is understeer.
Oh, man. And I believe that's Padel going by in the 144. Yeah, that's Craig Padel.
When you're in full lockout like that, you're turning left and not able to make that turn. That's understeer. When you're turning left and your back end tries passing you to the left on the right-hand side, that's oversteer.
So there's our leader right there. That's Tilkins. He just crossed the line a moment ago.
Make the last turn coming on the front straightaway. Should be our leader right now, coming out of that last turn. Has a lapper just in front of him and trying to get by quickly. Going to take that one racing line and just stays on it, and a good pass down the front straightaway. There's our leader coming down the front.
Tracy Fleischman. Actually, there's one lap car between first and second, and Vernig is right there. He's less than a car length behind Fleischman, so real good battle going on right now for second and third with one lap car between first and second. So we've got the top three cars coming together pretty well right now in the waning laps of this race.
Yeah, well, waning laps. We haven't even got to the halfway mark. What are you talking about?
Oh, I thought this was a marathon race.
4 laps.
Oh, and Vernig. Vernig gets sideways and will lose a lot.
And
right here.
Vernig was only 2 seconds behind Tracy Fleischman, he was back in third.
And that's Rabe, 124, having issues as well up by the barn.
Those top three guys were only 10.3 seconds. Fleischman really closed in what made up 5 seconds the lap before. We'll see how Tilkins, when he comes across this time, see if Tracy Fleischman closes in even more going into lap 5 or completing lap 5.
I think the yellow flag out there, I believe that's Visser. That's just out of the picture in the lower right-hand part of the screen, and that's why the yellow flag is out. Oh boy, is that Bo Ambos crossing the line? Yeah. No, that's Tom Benvenuti.
That's Benvenuti.
Benvenuti out of Canada.
And he was doing well.
He's a
in
farmer
8th.
out of Canada, so he's having a little bit of fun. He's a little under horsepower to everybody else, but it's just him and his wife make the trip from Canada.
That won't make a difference on that it really kind of helps him, I think. I don't think this is necessarily a full horsepower. It's just try and manage it, get around the track. So yeah, he might not have been too disappointed with the mud.
He probably did the Farmer John theory of race tires and just put on tractor tires. That might not have been a bad idea, actually.
All right, there we go. Svenning just crossed the
Well, we got a brand new
finish line.
leader. We got a new leader, according to time to Jeff Vernig.
Just crossed.
Tracy Fleischman.
Yeah, down to 6 seconds now, and Tilken's dropping back.
So this is our leader right here, making that left-hand turn out of the front stretch right now. There's just a hint of green and maybe a little bit of blue or purple.
But that's a race for the lead. See, you see Fleischman coming down the front straight now. So first and second can see each other. They're spotters. I don't know if they're aware of that. But Jeff Vernig out in front of Tracy Fleischman and Derek Tilkens, who was up there.
And
still
Vernig is slow. You know what? I don't know if this is competition yellow or...
No, they're not waving the flag.
Well, they got the yellow flags out.
They are under competition yellow right now. I see the flags waving. So we missed that, but there was still only a 6-second differential. So Fleischman held in there, but Vernig did something on that last lap.
Yeah, we didn't see what took place, but all of a sudden crossing the line, Vernig did retake the lead. Tracy Fleischman in second.
Well, Fleischman will start side by side. That'll be perfect for Tracy.
Greg Stingle's in third, starting in that 11th spot. Our top three have crossed the line. We're still waiting for Derek Tilkens.
We now have
Craig Padel.
Yeah, Padel up into fourth.
Rabe. Boys, I love electronics. I love technology. Things change so fast.
You remember the days when sitting in the announcer's booth with carbon copy sheets and stuff, and the ladies, the
Magic markers and paper plates.
I feel sorry for all those ladies through the years, but now they're doing it with the AMB transponders. It makes things a lot better. And ours is working right now, so we're happy for that.
There is a company that is here, and I believe Dan Vandenhovel, the Flying Dutchman, has these things. They're called mud munchers. And instead of having tear-offs, they're big canisters at your side of their visor.
The roll-offs.
Basically kind of like roll-offs, but I guess these things are virtually indestructible. And I wonder how the sales are going for him here this weekend.
Might be building up.
Well, we're under the competition yellow. We'll take a quick break and be coming back in just a moment for the second half.
When you take that checkered flag and you're standing top on the box, you're proud to have AMSO on your shirt. But I tell you what, when you take that motor apart in the dyno room and you look at those bearings and you see how great they are, you're really proud to be an AMSO driver and to be representing a team that has product that's that good.
And we're back with the green flag waving with Jeff Vernig taking the green flag. It's got a really good jump as they make that left-hand turn past the barn jump, aimed at the sky boxes coming on that long straightaway. So we've got Jeff Vernig, Tracy Fleischman, Greg Stingle, 1, 2, and 3. Padel, Craig Padel running that 4th spot. Craig Rabe 5th. Bo Ambos has moved up to 6th with Tom Benvenuti in 7th, and it looks like, we got passed for the lead.
What was that?
Is that Tracy Fleischman?
I don't know who. It was Bonsai, whoever that was.
If there's any pink anywhere on that car, that is Fleischman.
I think it is 20. Yeah, that's it. It's got to be 1 and 2. That's got to be
121.
Tracy Fleischman. Bonsai. Oh, here comes
Vernig right back. How about when they touch?
You know what happened? The spotter says that's for position. You're out, not in the lead now. So if they got the green, they couldn't all bunch up. I think they couldn't all go slow enough to bunch up. But they packed in as close as they could, yeah. Well, the leaders had to slow down. The other guys had to speed up. So Fleischman looked like Bonsai moved to take the lead. Now Verning is going to cross the stripe. Yep, out in front with a gap differential on this lap. Looks to be 3.8 seconds. So I think Verning might have been sleeping for a second, thinking, okay, I can just cruise around here. And
you look at the little slit that he has where he's supposed to look out, and then keep in mind what his helmet visor must look like. You want to do the interviews at the podium for this one?
No, I'm not. You get your hugs. Okay, so Vernon gets squirrely. Now look at Fleischman. Squares it up and gets the inside, but look at Fleischman getting a face full. Oh, nasty action going
Now,
on.
is this a kind of race where if you're leading or somebody's coming up behind you, you kind of want to do the old fishtail thing?
Absolutely.
And
I
roost the
remember
guy behind
racing
you a little bit.
motocross at Ponca City as an amateur when I was younger, and it was muddy, and I got the whole shot. I put my feet on the foot pegs, went through water with my toes down to splash everybody behind me. I still remember that like it was yesterday.
And look at the front tires. You can see these are actual beam cars, but still, the tires, the way they're squatting down so close to the ground, there's no ride height. Maybe, 2-3 inches? Virtually no suspension left. That's Vernig coming around the corner, almost come to a stop to make the rotation. So you see a little purple and a little bright green. So that in the 166, that's Vernig. Tracy Fleischman.
This is a world championship. Oh, yeah, whatever.
137. Man. Kirk Groff, you're not going anywhere there, buddy. Oh, boy. Oh, man. Someone's got a big push trying to get out of that one.
Stay on the throttle. Take out your teammate. Or not teammate, take out your fellow competitor.
Wow.
Kirk Groff doing good getting out of that. That's just nasty right there.
Is that, you tell me what that number is. Yeah. I want to say that's Booth. No, that's 144. That's Craig Badel. Didn't he lead or was in the top two earlier in this race?
Early on. So Verning, about a 3.5 second advantage over Tracy Fleischman. You see right there, 166 the leader, the 120. Now look at the 120 closing in. Did it again. Going to be inside. Look at this. If I'm the 120, I bonsai that inside, but again, Verning takes that line, and it's a face full of roots.
This is all about the spotters, man. Communication with the guys up in the stands of the radios. They can see everything where you can't see probably 5% what's on the racetrack.
That's the 120 right there of Fleischman, and it is a perception through looking through that long end lens made it look like Fleischman was closer to Verning than was actually the case.
Yeah, our leaders are on lap number 7. I don't believe 3rd, 4th, and 5th on back have yet to cross the line. Stingle supposedly looks like he's up to that 3rd spot, but he is yet to be scored for to be in lap number 7.
Yeah, quite a ways down. I wonder if Fleischman in the 120 has anything left in the tank as far as kind of biding the time and saying, okay, here's my shot, and I'm going to just go like hell on wheels the last lap.
We got a little action going on there. It's the 126. I want to say that's, yeah, but that's not helping out. That's Tracy Fleischman.
It's been that way that whole lap.
Trying to get around, and that's just doing nothing but helping Jeff Vernig. Yeah, that should be Vernig on the right side of the screen coming around the corner.
So Fleischman's right there behind. So
no, that's lap traffic. That's the 126.
Is it? All right, here they're coming up to take the stripe. Let's find out and see how long our shot is coming across that last lap. Yeah,
that's Craig Rabe.
Oh yeah, so
that's lap traffic.
I got
now
12 seconds back on Fleischman.
Yeah, Rabe had. Whoa, what's going on with our leader?
He can't turn. That's what's wrong.
He's completely off the track, nowhere near the track. So now, where's Tracy Fleischman?
And it looks like one of the course workers, somebody going to try and help push him back. Fleischman was 12 seconds behind on that lap.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! When was the last time you seen that happen? He pulled off just flat out because he cannot see. Up goes the roof flap.
And that was the leader, wasn't it?
And he's the only one that has crossed the line yet on lap number 8, Tracy Fleischman. Tracy Fleischman is in second.
Yeah, it was 12
but
seconds.
Nobody else has crossed the line for lap number 8.
Yeah, that's the way it had been. The 3rd was the one that was farther back. Fleischman had dropped back some 12 seconds. Now Fleischman, if Fleischman can see, Fleischman's leading this thing with only a couple of laps left. It looks like a 10-lap race because we took the comp yellow at 5. Is that Fleischman right there going down the straight?
It looks like it might be. We'll be able to tell in just a moment. Well, again, we're going off of the back number plates because that's the only thing we can see. And look again, just look at the little slits.
Taking that, look at the course worker's saying, take this inside line. That's your only line out of here. That is it. That's our leader, I believe, Tracy Fleischman. And the next time around should be the last lap. This will be completing 9 laps.
And our third place car just crossed the line on lap 8. Derek Tilkins, Greg Siegel, Derek Tilkins right behind him.
So Tracy's almost 3/4 of a lap
Oh,
advantage
at least.
over third.
Wow.
Which will be second here in a moment if Vernon can't get going. White flag out. Watch this. We should see on our monitor Tracy Fleischman coming across and taking the lead this time around. And we still have Vernon out in front for some reason, 11.68. So maybe that was not Vernon that pulled off.
That's a possibility. So it's the 120, Tracy Fleischman working her way through lap traffic, cars parked to the side. So right now, and we're going back to what our live timing is scoring is saying Jeff Vernon is our leader. So what we were watching a moment ago, it was not Vernon being pulled off to the side of the track and climbing out. This should be 120. That is Tracy Fleischman.
So let's look 12 seconds ahead. Where would that be? That'd be going into the left-hand turn after
just
that back
about,
straightaway.
yeah. So going into the gravel pit turn.
He gets checkered, I think, doesn't he now?
So that's Tilkins. There's Stingle. And that blaze orange car somewhere around in that area should be Vernon right behind. Now headed towards the Traxxas launch zone. That should be Vernon right there, I believe. No, right behind him. Vernon our leader should be at the Traxxas launch zone right there. Our leader should be just entering into the right side turn. There's 3 cars there. He should be the 3rd car in line coming around.
There we go.
And checker flag does come out for Jeff Vernon,
Yep.
and that is it, taking the victory in the 1600 lights.
How about that? Vernon crosses the line. We were looking at the wrong car altogether. Tracy Fleischman will take second.
So
right now, Derek Tilkins is 3rd on the track. We're still waiting for him to cross the line to find out if he'll be the last spot on the podium as he's battling with Derek Tilkins.
Well, there he is, the 166, muddy and all. Jeff Vernon is a world champion. We'll hear from him here shortly. At Torc, the Off-Road Championship presented by Hamsel. We're at Crandon Mud Style today.
When adventure calls, count on the Trail Grappler to get you to your destination, wherever that may be. Large, innovative tread blocks provide additional biting edges to help you command the most challenging terrains as you discover new trails. The Trail Grappler's 3-ply sidewall and thick rubber construction aids puncture resistance and provides durability when you need it most. Nitto Trail Grappler, where road meets trail.
What is it that makes a Husqvarna dealer a Husqvarna dealer? Well, just look close at the engineering in our outdoor power equipment. We're known for high performance and reliability in everything we make. So is it any wonder your Husqvarna dealer is also known for high performance and reliability in everything they do? With a nationwide network of Husqvarna dealers, there's one just around the corner.
Well, if you have the keys to the big house, you've got a muddy set of keys, because this is round 13 of Torc, the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL. We'll see the pros a little bit later. Welcome everyone here on site as well as around the world. I'd like to thank our sponsors like Maxxis Tires. They're trusted by Torc champions because our products take drivers to the podium year after year. Be sure to visit the new Maxxis.com and Maxxis-Racing.com and stop by the Maxxis Sport Truck to learn more about Maxxis tire products, including ultra high performance passenger, trailer, light truck, and SUV tires. Husqvarna is celebrating 325 years of innovation this year. Over the course of their history, they've made weapons, sewing machines, motorcycles, and outdoor power equipment. Trust Husqvarna to provide you the most efficient, durable, and ergonomically designed products on the market today. Stop by the Husqvarna display area to find out how you can save 10% on your next purchase of Husqvarna outdoor power equipment. And VP Fuels winning Torc drivers rely on VP Racing Fuel to keep their trucks running right. And now you can use the same technology in your car. VP Madditives are the perfect way to clean out your fuel system and put the power back in your drive. For more info, visit vpracingfuels.com. Nothing like the smell of VP Racing Fuels in the morning when you wake up and your neighbor pours some in his chainsaw weed eater. I run it in my lawnmower. I don't use the stuff you buy in the quart thing though. I buy it by the gallon, baby, at the go-kart track. So yeah, there's nothing like a little VP to start your day. And mine runs even some some two-stroke oil in there too, because it's usually running our go-kart, and it also runs a mean lawnmower even though it's a four-stroke. So it looks like they're trying to get things sorted out on the victory podium. Scott Rain is down there. They're trying to sort things out, but one thing is we do know who won first and second. Scott, congratulations to our newest world champion in the 1600 light buggy.
Celebration has already started down here with the guy that takes the win, his 20th career win. And I guess, we're still waiting for some of the other drivers to come up here. Tracy, come on up. We'll talk to you first. Wait. Is anybody else noticing the way he gets up on the podium? You're not that old, man, or hasn't been that long. Gets up here on his knees like he's clawing up the stairs, Tracy Fleischman. First up, bowing to Jeff. All right. Exactly how long it's been since we've seen you up here, man? It's been a while.
10 years since we've been on a podium. And, I couldn't do it without my fat guy, Vern and Pam Emmer, our cook, Deanne, our AMSOIL sponsor, Bob Gershmel and Stacy, everybody, that little people just help out so much. It's awesome.
What was that race? What was that race like, man? Obviously, you didn't know you finished second. You didn't even know you should be up here in the podium to begin with. You didn't know where you finished.
I had no idea. All I heard was, good job, keep going. No, really, keep going. I heard that a lot, and that was that.
Well, surprisingly enough, I'm looking at you, and I don't know if you wiped your face off first, but surprisingly enough, you look pretty clean underneath that helmet. You can keep it zipped. I don't want to.
But the Emmer Farms and Gershmel's, and we're still on the Goodyear tires. We're a believer, and we plan on staying on them. And thanks, everybody. I hope they had a good time.
Well, you know what? You were actually battling for the lead a few times there, so congratulations, man. You may not have known you were that close to the front, battling for the lead, but you were. You were so close. You got more to lose, too? Unfortunately, we're experiencing technical difficulties. We'll be back in just a moment. Still has 3 bars in the battery. Testing. Okay, we're back. Tracy, you have to talk some more. He didn't really want to, but I'm making him. So close to a world champion. You didn't even know you were there, but you were just so close battling for that spot just the same.
And that's the best thing is being right next to the world champion. You can't ask for a better man that deserves it. That's what it's all about, friends.
Well, congratulations, man. Second time or second spot on the podium. It's been a long time. It's good to see you back up here again, man.
Thank you very much, and thank everybody for coming out.
Tracy Fleischman has gotten a little quieter over the years, but your fans haven't, just so you know. Well, come on, I'm going to jump over here real quick. Make some room, man. I'm still thinking, okay, 2014 world champion, Jeff Vernig, so close. I want to know, you started dead last in this field out of what, 21, 22 cars, dead last. What was the communication like? Did you know where you're at? Could you see what you're doing? I mean, just take us through from the green flag to the checkered.
Well, I gotta thank Josh. I probably drove 3 laps with my eyes closed, and they're just plain glued shut. I had no idea. It looked like 50 cars ahead of me, and then the same one ahead of me all the time. So I really don't know where I was except for about the last lap. And he says, "You got the lead, dude. Slow down." And, you know, so make the corner. And to me, this is about the best way to win a race. The drivers are out there. Tracy, he's a driver. I battled with him a lot in the past years. What happened to third? I'd like to know who that was.
I'm hearing it's Greg Stingle, so I don't know where. I don't think he knows it, but I believe it's Stingle that finished in third, from what I hear.
And he couldn't make it?
I don't think he knows.
Okay. Well, I got to thank my daughter, Kimberly. She's been poking me all year to get out here and race at least once more. And I got to thank my wife for putting up with this. It's just awesome. My 20th win. I got another ring, and I'm going to go have a beer.
I'm going to end it on that one right here. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2014 your 2014 world champion, Jeff Vernig. Celebrations going on up here. We'll be right back. We'll take a quick break for our next race coming up, the single buggies.
We had these torrential downpours, and these trucks are not designed to have another 2,000 pounds of mud put on them. And then you pack the radiators tight. The tranny gauge, the water gauge, the oil gauge, everything's pegged. The Amsoil product came through for us and kept the rear end, the transmission, and the engine all running fine. And I tell you what, we were ready to go for the next day and pretty proud of it.
The fastest name in radio control.
You, Super Dave, here at Torc the Off-Road Championship. A lot of discussion going on behind the scenes. A lot of a lot of mud being blown off with the pressure washers back there behind the scenes from the guys in the first 2 races of the day. It's already, almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And 2 races have been complete, and they still have, about 5, 6 guys still out on the track. Good crowd on hand to see a mud race. You got everything you wanted to see if you did come to see a mud race. Now I'm joined up here by a guy who was probably not looking forward to this much of a mud race. It's Bobby Runyon, or Robbie Bunyan, however you want to put it, who had, scoot in a little bit here, Bobby, a guy who we didn't get to see at Sturgis actually make the racetrack on race day because you had an awful get-off in practice. How is your body doing? For all those fans who are following you on Facebook and Twitter, how's your body doing?
I'm alive. You can't kill me. Hips all healed up. I got a nasty hematoma on my back, a big bruise. Doctor says I'll have a hole there forever, but I'm good to race. Start lifting again Monday.
And it happened in practice before Sturgis, one of the first guys to take the course, and basically there was a lip on the finish line jump, or on the finish line straightaway. There was a lip on one of those, and Bobby's been known to hit it hard, and you hit it maybe a little bit too hard for the way the track was at that particular moment. And the back end tried going over the front end.
Yeah, I tried to do a front flip. I was just trying to be cool and pull some nice tricks.
Freestyle.
And I thought it was a freestyle round for whatever reason, and I really was trying. I look up to Mr. Kincaid. Jeff Kincaid. He's a long hero of mine, and he and I did the same thing. Apparently, I was just trying to follow in his footsteps. Apparently, I did it a little too much.
And both of you were out of it for the weekend, but the body's doing better. The truck-wise, it costs $1 or $2 to compete and be a racer, and that was an expensive hit for you and your race team.
Unfortunately, it was an expensive hit, but I'm lucky I have some great partners behind me that can keep supporting me and moving me forward. Rageable Motorsports and Bodybuilding.com came on for this race to keep us moving, and I'm really stoked that I'm all healed up and I get to start lifting again next week and just keep moving forward. Looking forward to 2015.
I was trying to find the sheet and find out. Let's find out. Did you take a look and see where you start today?
I have not even seen. I don't even want to know what my points are right now because I'm embarrassed.
Yeah, I didn't want to look at the points necessarily, but let's look and see just where you would start in the field. What do we got here?
It's like 17th.
Yeah, 17th out of 27 trucks taking off today with it being a mud race. Are you looking forward to that start today there, Bobby?
I love coming from the back.
You just saw 2 people that went from last to first in that last race. It can happen.
Oh, dude, it's totally possible.
Scott with the bunny
everything
ears.
I got behind me, all my partners pushed me forward, and apparently now I have bunny ears.
Look at Scott Raymond.
You know that means I got to kiss you now, right?
Yeah. Make it happen. Make it happen. He's been making it Scott rain all day today.
Oh, dude, yeah, we need to get you out of here. I mean, I'm from California, and some of you know we're in a huge drought, and I haven't seen rain since the last Crandon race I was here. So this is weird for me to be out here.
Yeah, he's shipped some of that out to the West Coast.
No kidding. I've been praying for it, but not here.
All right, some things. Have you picked up anything? You just saw the circus that was that 1600 light buggy class. Did you pick up anything that you need to pay attention to, maybe focus on a little bit more when it comes time for your race?
Throttle control is going to be a huge part of it and keeping your speed up. You can see with the buggies in there, if they get bogged down too much, the rear tires just start spinning. They can't get going. You're going to want to look for the driest part of the track. You got to stay out of the water. You can see right here, in between the 2 jumps on the front stretch, there's just a dry patch there, right in the middle of the track. You got to run there. Same thing.
It depends if somebody's next to you. You hit the water though.
Oh, you hit them.
No, you literally hit the water, make it splash.
No, you hit them. You don't hit the water.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't be so. Vision's going to be an issue.
Oh,
how many tear-offs do you run these days?
Right now, I have 30 on that thing, and we're going to see what I can do. I tried
30.
some more, and I don't think I can get any more on it.
How do you see through that on the start?
You just keep pulling tear-offs.
You pull them off on the same side?
Yeah, I pull them off the same side, and we have those nice laminated tear-offs
you want to know a trick? Throw one the other way from the other side.
See, then I get mixed up on which one's which.
Just on the start. And you always, Grant Langston, we'll talk to him in just a moment. If you're going to have an opposite way, start one. If you always pull from the left, have the bottom one on the right, so you can't pull off the last one. But do the same thing, or you got to watch out though if you do it that way. Because if you switch over that one, have that one just for the start. That way you won't pull them all off. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
all
Justin.
Right.
The Justin.
Well, you know what? I'm going to go back and make some adjustments then on my helmet.
Yeah.
I'm going to get that thing figured
out. It is called the Justin tear-off. The just in case. You have that one at the start.
The just in case.
The Justin
like
tear.
it.
Yeah, you keep that one on the bottom side going the other way too if you can do it. So, okay, you just saw the mayhem there out there. What if they were to say, well, let's put off and have you race 2 races tomorrow? What would you do that? Because again, everything's still up in the air.
You know, I'm not sure. I mean, the weather is supposed to be getting clear. It's supposed to be clearing up here around 7, 8 o'clock, and if it dries out for tomorrow, we could have a great race and run the whole track, which is something I'd like to do. And I love the land rush start here, so it'd be unfortunate if we had to run it and we didn't get run as hard as we wanted to. I love charging to turn 1 here. But I think right now, I mean, if they went out and probably just got some of that Caterpillar equipment out there and scrape the track up, I think you'd be okay. You probably could lay it down and get it flat, get rid of those ruts and everything else, and probably let the water at least run off the track instead of sitting in puddles. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a track builder, but that's my just.
Well, I mean, there's not an extreme amount of ruts, so guys, I was wondering how they would do that. I mean, if they do, are you just smushing more wet dirt all over it, making it even, or do you try and let a line somewhat develop too, though? So I mean, they have a couple of different ways to look at it here. Your sponsors, the people that help get you here, let's talk about them for a minute. I know you had bodybuilding.com. New graphic scheme this weekend for you.
New graphic scheme. Bodybuilding.com has come on full board for this weekend, and we're looking forward to going to an expo with them at Mr. Olympia in a couple weeks.
Are you entering Mr. Olympia?
No. I got hurt in Sturgis, and my diet's been bad, and I can't lift anything. So. Unfortunately, I kind of fattened up here in the last month, and I gotta be careful. Oh my gosh, this guy's gonna lose his.
You gotta work on. No. That's.
Oh, okay.
He's having fun. He's having fun. I wish I were out there with him.
But yeah, no. Bodybuilding.com's on full time, and we got Cook's Headers behind us. Fiberworks is helping us out with bodies a lot, getting us some good stuff. Cooper Tire is really taking care of us. I think I'm gonna get some paddle tires from.
I will say the Cooper paddle tire is going to be in effect today. I feel.
Oh yeah, Cooper Tire, and then Wishes for Warriors. No, we've been working with those guys a lot, trying to get some stuff moving. I'm really looking forward to 2015. I think we got some bigger things in store, getting some more troops out here, getting them active. You know, and just a quick point on that to touch, there's something that's been bugging me about Warriors. You know, we're not taking care of them enough. It's bugged me a lot lately, and I love Torc because you guys are so focused on, you know, what this country has really been brought about on. And you know, we got this guy Sergeant Tamaresi. He's out in Mexico still, hasn't been picked up yet, and it really. I don't know about you guys, but we're going to try and get something together here in the next couple months to try and get that guy out of there. It's unfortunate he's been stuck there for so long. And that's something we're trying to push forward.
That is tough. Well, thank you, your sponsors, for getting you to this point, and thank you for coming up here and talk with us. We're at Torc, the Off-Road Championship for the Big House. We're going to step away for just a moment. They're going to look at this track, and we're going to try and hopefully pick up racing here shortly.
Emergency safety crews depend on their gas-powered equipment to start when they need it. That's why they use VP small engine fuels, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. Designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
This is Torc, the Off-Road Championship, presented by AMSOIL, and fueling Torc this weekend is Nitto Tire. Come visit Nitto's booth to check out their full line of Grappler Series light truck tires and to receive your free Nitto drawstring backpacks. Nitto Tire, fueled by enthusiasts. Traxxas manufactures the world's best-selling radio-controlled cars, trucks, boats, and helicopters, including the award-winning Slash short course race truck, nitro-burning T-Max, and 100-mile-per-hour Exo-1 supercar. Visit Traxxas in the pits or go to Traxxas.com to find your local hobby store. With over 30 vehicles under $300, get in on the fun with Traxxas, the fastest name in radio control. Been told somebody there's a brown pit bull by the back gate that's a brindle, so go get your dog out there. It's a brown pit bull down there. It's a brindle in color. I'd like to thank the people at Rugged Radios. They're the #1 source for racing communications, from headsets, two-way radios, and receivers. Rugged Radios has all the equipment needed to take your team to the podium. That's Rugged Radios, the #1 source for racing communications. I have those for my son, who races go-karts. He was 5 years old. He's now 6 and races the kid kart class on not short track off-road, but he races in sprint stuff on the asphalt. I put that on the back of his helmet or clip it on, put some buds in his ears, and I can talk to him while he's out there while he's driving. And it's amazing. My 6-year-old knows how to drive better than about 75% of the people here at Crandon. I'm Robbie Floyd, now seated next to the guy who does the color commentary on the NBC Sports Network television coverage. Scoot on in here. GL, the guy who just finished the outdoor motocross season, and now it's all about the big house at Crandon. Welcome, Grant Langston, to Crandon, Wisconsin.
Well, thank you. It's great to be here. Actually, my first time in Crandon. Heard a lot about it for many years, and I have to say, I am
impressed,
utterly impressed with this crowd. I'm not sure if some of you are just borderline crazy, but I've never seen such a dedicated big crowd sitting out here in the mud. I've been to Redbud, Michigan, which is like Woodstock of motocross. Redbud. I've been to Unadilla, New York, all these places, but this is impressive. Really, really surprised in a couple ways. I guess from TV, I thought Crandon was spread over like
a massive area.
Yeah, and it's cool, this amphitheater section, and I get that's why the fans come in here. But it's still today, you know, with this weather and that. I mean, we're looking on the TV screen. I mean, look at that. That's really impressive.
And they knew it was going to rain. They knew it was going to rain.
I don't know. You Wisconsin people really impressed me. I got to take my hat off to you guys and give you a round of applause for being out here. But this is awesome. But this is also why Crandon is what Crandon is. I was a kid in South Africa growing up, and I knew about Crandon. So this really is the, the world mecca for off-road truck racing, and it's because of the people and the organizers and the event and everything. And so, unfortunately, we've got this weather holding it back a little bit, which is a bummer, but still awesome to see such a huge turnout, great track, and I'm sure we're all getting a little entertainment out of the trucks and buggies just sliding around trying to get out of here.
We've been done with the last race for quite a while now, and there's still one buggy still left on the track. Shows you how tough it is, and actually they're having discussions trying to find out what the racing schedule will be. Again, there's a possibility they may condense it. They may run shorter laps. They may not run at all. The track may be impassable because you see, especially when it comes to the Torc race, the off-road championship, the series, hundreds of thousands of dollars are on the line because they've put all their efforts, and it all culminates into this final round. Well, they don't want to have just a slop race that they can't make it around.
It's not even that. It's just, I mean, we're watching this truck just completely sideways, and he's just trying to rescue people. The biggest concern is the safety aspect. Yeah. Can the ambulance get out there if someone's injured? Can the safety crew get out? You know, we got to remember the drivers at the end of the day is the number one priority.
Right.
And I know Torc and BJ and the whole crew and everyone wants to put on a show for the fans, but the first and foremost is safety for the crew, for the drivers, for everyone. And, you know, it's not unrealistic to think, hey, we could compress all the racing into one day tomorrow and make it just one epic day at Crandon at the end of the season. But, you know, it's in their hands. I'm not someone that can say whether this track should be raced on or not. I mean, I'd love to see it, and, you know, we know it'll be muddy, but at the end of the day, safety comes first.
You're exactly right. So, and you don't see them. I think they're just trying to let the track sit and dry out as much as possible. You see a little breeze coming in from the far side of the track. So no matter what, I think tomorrow the track, if they work this thing in, the track's going to be super good tomorrow, whether they're having to combine 2 days of racing in it into one or not. But today it is hard. Were you able to see the start from that last race or not? Were you back there in the pits taking care of business?
No, I didn't actually see the start, but I heard your voice and the commotion and everything, and I realized it was definitely interesting. But, you know, we want to see some great racing. We actually want to see the racing, and obviously weather, you know, Mother Nature, she has her own program, and we have to fit in around it. And it is what it is, but it's still been a great experience. I've just been cruising around, checking this whole place out, meeting people, seeing the facility, and just getting an understanding of why Crandon is what Crandon is, and it's pretty neat.
Yep, keys to the big house. It's a muddy set of keys today. Round 13, hopefully, going to kick off, and I know a couple of classes they were talking about, you know, dropping out of the schedule altogether today. Like the kids, I don't know how they could even make it around in here, out here, but period. But, yeah, maybe they could drop a couple of classes. We still have our big three, the Pro Lights, the Pro 2s, the Pro 4s a little bit later, the Super Buggy. 1600 Buggy starting grid still hasn't happened. So they're in discussions. I think they were going to have a meeting back there in the USAC trailer. It's going on right now. I'm here with Grant Langston. I'm Robbie Floyd. Scott Rains testing some of the food products of the Crandon off-road experience. Have you tried any of the food, any of the wares yet here?
I just had a brat, and it was actually pretty amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was because I was really, really hungry or bored or a bit of both, but it was still amazing.
So a recommendation by Grant Langston on the brats? So I've just gotten word that in 5 minutes from now they will be racing the Formula 4x4s. So everything I say, you know this, Grant, is officially unofficial.
Yeah.
But I've been unofficially told by an official that the Formula 4x4s will start in 5 minutes.
Unofficially.
You like that. So Ryan Redman, Dave Mia, Michael Platts, Robert Weiland, John Holtz, Andy Holtz, Dave Damage, how do you say that name? Alan DeWitt, Brad LaMarche, and Bob Sayers. Evidently, you're coming up here in just a moment. 10 guys in this Formula 4x4. So, all right, GL, you, Christy Lee, Tony Bachhoven. Have you seen Tess Sewell, the mouth of Torc the Off-Road Championship for 2014?
I've seen him in 2014, but
Have you
not
seen him
as
here?
of today. I did see a text from him earlier, but I know he's in the vicinity. But
You've got a guest this weekend, too. I hear this guy was kind of a big deal in Torc racing.
He's won a race or two on 2 wheels and 4 wheels, so we'll be in the booth. I'm excited. I got one of my idols actually growing up, Ricky
mine too.
Johnson.
Mine too.
Bad dude. One of Robbie's idols as well. He'll be in the booth, so make sure you guys do catch it on NBC SN. I'm not exactly sure when it's going to be listed, but
I'll get it to you. I'm just not going to get it to you right now.
okay, cool. Let us know. Either way, check your listings. It's on. They do reruns. Just remember, support the sport you love. So we'll be back on TV, prime time, doing what we do. And thank you, honestly, everyone here at Crandon. This is incredible. It's my first time. Like I said, kid from South Africa who was a motocross champion, now here in the truck series, and just loving it, just really soaking up this, I don't know, like hardcore Torc truck racing crew, just out here no matter what. Take my hat off to you guys, and thank you very much.
All right, GL, we'll see Grant Langston on NBC Sports Network with the crew. Again, Grant, you talk about his accomplishments like we talked with Larry Pegum earlier, and his accomplishments, coming up through motorcycle ranks. Grant was a Supercross, motocross national champion here in the United States, but also a world championship in 125 motocross as well as a 16, 17-year-old. And not to mention, Scott Rain, he did race an off-road truck one time. He didn't make it the full race because he realized, you got to keep it rubber side down. He went rubber side, top side, rubber side, top side, rubber side, top side, and he was done.
Well, see, the thing is, he's the kind of guy that would go back to the pits and utilizes that South African accent to his advantage.
Woos the ladies.
And oh, yeah, absolutely. And then he had that little limp that we were talking about, and dragging one of his wings a little bit. Started talking that South African English accent thing. And, yeah. So, yeah, Grant Langston. Yeah, all right.
Stud. All right, so Scott, so we're here in, a few minutes away. We're going to see they switched to order a little bit. We're here in Formula 4x4s. So if we're going to have anybody on the track, it might as well be 4x4s, right? I mean, they need to go ahead and have them pulling with 4 wheels.
This is going to be real interesting. Formula 4x4s is very similar to back in the days of Class 3, which was a short wheelbase 4-wheel drive. So it's very, very similar to that. Almost a stock class where we've got 10 trucks lined up. And let's see, we got Ryan Redman in the 402, Dave Mia, who's our current points leader. Not much of inversion. They only inverted the top 2, even though they start with a land rush start. Coming into turn 1, we're going to find out if they're actually going to utilize the whole land rush start. Actually, as we look at the screen, it looks like it will be a rolling start 2x2. So that will put the points leader on the front row, Dave Mia in the 475, which I believe, I want to say is on the outside in that red-looking Ford Bronco. In row 2 will be Michael Platts in the 454, Robert Weiland in the 461. Row 3 inside will be 477 of John Holtz, and alongside Andy Holtz in the 476. Dave DeMade in the 496, and Alan DeWitt will make up row 4. And row 5, Brad LaMarche in the 471 and Bob Sayers in the 432. As long as you see that white Dodge parked right there, the brand new vehicle, We've got the brand new wrapped racetrack vehicle here, the Dodge Ram right there being driven this weekend by, once again, Richie Kuloff, who's been driving the pace truck all year long, getting ready to go. So looks like we also have the single buggies lined up alongside. They'll be coming up after the next race, and looks like Robbie's got some words from our sponsors.
Yes, because, Radar Tires is here in what is sure to be a successful second season of racing with their Radar Renegade MT. Stop by their booth to get entered to win a set of Radar Tires and meet the Radar Tires Renegades. Pro Light drivers Luke Johnson, Cam Reimers, and Ian Harris. Radar Tires is proud to support the Breast Cancer Research Foundation with a $5 donation for every Radar Tire purchase. Get social with them on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, or visit radartires.com for more information. VP Racing Fuel is the world leader in fuel technology, and it doesn't stop at the track. Use VP small engine fuel in all of your outdoor power equipment. It's ethanol-free blends of 2-cycle and 4-cycle tools. Ensure easier starts and worry-free long-term storage. So go to vp-sef.com for more info. The SEF stands for small engine fuel. So I think Radar Tires and VP Fuels are part of Torc the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL. Thanks for coming out here to Crandon. We're going to step aside. When we come back, it's the Formula 4x4 starting grid.
Before you get in, get going. Get gone. You need to get a tire that gets you. A tire like Cooper's revolutionary new CS5 with premium touring innovations for the way real drivers really drive. That's real life performance. Because life's a road trip. Come on, let's go.
As they say on my side of the track, there they is, right there. Lined up, the Formula 4x4. 4 wheels clawing at that mud, trying to get things going. Unlike the two-wheel drive classes we saw earlier, we went from bad to worse as far as drivability in the mud. This is Crandon, Wisconsin. It's our round 13 today for Torc the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL. We'll see the Pro 2, Pro 4, Pro Lights a little bit later, hopefully. But right now it's sportsman time. I'm Robbie Floyd. Scott Rain is going through some research here and looking back on the season for the Midwest Off-Road Racing. Dave Mia has been the most consistent, strongest guy in this Formula 4x4 class.
Yeah, he's been much like Dale Chestnut and pretty much has had the field covered. But this is the largest field we had of the Formula 4x4, so anything could take place. I mean, Brad LaMarche is very fast when he makes his appearance and comes out here. Dave DeMaid can be quick as well.
That's how you say it. D-A-M-A-E-G-D says DeMaid.
Dave DeMaid.
DeMaid. Oh, the G silent.
Yes.
All right. That threw me. I was like, I didn't know what.
Oh, I've got slapped upside the head enough over the years to figure it out. But Ryan Redmond may be due for a 402. He's due to get top spot in the podium as well. So, and it looks like we're getting an update to what's taking place out there. And oh wow, the Holtz brothers are scratching. So the 477 and 476 of Robert and Andy Holtz are scratching. So that's kind of big news. I was looking forward to seeing some brothers out there on that racetrack.
So I know for sure, no matter what, we're going to try and run through the sportsman classes today, and they're still making decisions on Torc the Off-Road Championship. A lot of factors here, a lot of money up for grabs. These sportsmen are still set to go. That's why you see the Formula 4x4 class on the line and ready to go, and you see the 1,600 buggies next to them. it only makes sense that you let the 4x4s kind of break the track in, make it a little bit better for them. Scott's going to step away for just a moment, and he gave you that rundown. So a couple of guys, but the Holtz brothers out of this one. Robert Willing going to be in the 421 as they prepare. One thing I'm missing, you know, I got to see Crandon for the first time, not the fall race, but the spring race, first time, you know, a couple months ago, and that start's just not the same without Cowboy running down the starting line, you know, pointing at the guys, making sure they're all right. So it's a little different feel on the start for me here at Crandon. All right, I'm seeing the Fire It Up sign for the Formula 4x4s. In this class, Redman, Mia, Platts, Weiland, DeMay, DeWitt, LaMarche, and Sayers. Few scratches, maybe saving their equipment for tomorrow. So it looks like this still will be a 10-lap race with the competition. Will be a full race. A 2x2 start, front row. Brian Redmond in the 402, Dave Mia in the 475. The Midwest Off-Road Racing Series. This is a series race for these guys, but also a world championship up for grabs even for the sportsmen. Welcome everybody watching online to Torc the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL. Some sportsman racing underway. We've had a lot of rain, not only yesterday, last night, and this morning, and throughout the day, but now we have clear skies, a little breeze blowing. The track is still super muddy, as you can see. No land rush start like you will see tomorrow. They're going to start 2x2, and let's find out who gets the whole shot. Watch for the acceleration zone down the front straightaway, and then the green flag to come out there shortly. So it looks like Dave Mia on the driver's left. So inside, even though he's starting second, he's on the inside pole. And he's going to get a good start, too. Green flag does come out. Mia on the inside. He can push Ryan Redmond wide. Whoever's in third, is that Platts or Weiland, he could actually maybe take over second. But Dave Mia out in front in this, the Formula 4x4. 432 of Bob Sayers started in 10th. He's kind of lurking back there. Now let things sort out before he puts the hammer down. First time through the gravel pits. The first time we've seen anybody other than a two-wheel drive class as well. They weren't able to, it looks like, push some dirt over there in the gravel pit section as they make the left-hand turn. Dave Mia is out in front. Look at that race for a second. Just clawing for traction, even in a 4x4. As we talked to Bobby Runyon a moment ago, and he said he would stay away from the water. Whoever that was in second went right in the water, and I think shot water into the passenger door of the driver next to him. That's Redmond, who did the splashing. And Redmond goes wide, so me out in front. Redmond goes wide. I believe Weiland in third now, the 421. So no, Weiland now in second. Redmond got pushed wide, so he was not able to hold on to second place. Behind third of the 402 of Redmond, you have Michael Platts in fourth, LaMarche in fifth. There's the 475, Dave Mia, the series points leader. He's trying to pull away, and we will still have that competition caution. You can see the four-wheel drives are making a go of it a lot better than the two-wheel drive class from earlier. Started in fourth place, started on that second row. Now he's currently second. I don't have the differentials as they make their way. The 421 a while through the gravel pit area. The next turn will be that right-hander, the last turn. I'm so used to this front straightaway having the finish line on it most of the races I cover, so it's kind of weird. But that right-hander, and then we'll hopefully try and get a differential on Race Monitor. Tell your friends to follow us online, torcseries.com. That lap, a 1.12 for the four-wheel drives, and 3 seconds behind was Rob Weiland. So a 112 for this class. Remember earlier in the two-wheel drive trucks, we saw a 151. So these guys are going about 35 seconds a lap quicker than we saw the two-wheel drives. Weiland, Redmond, LaMarche. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Alan DeWitt now up into 5th, but about 27 seconds behind the leader. Now remember, no matter how far you are, as long as you're not a lap down, you'll get to start back up when they pack them back up at the halfway point. It's a 10-lap Formula 4x4 race. Looking down the front straightaway here. The 454 just trying to throw as much roost as he can on the 496. The main back there behind Plotz, and Plotz just giving him a faceful. Makes that crest, and driver's making that last right-hand turn coming up to complete one more lap. Again, that first lap completed it in a 1:21.50 or a 1:12.56. That last time around was about 5 seconds slower for David Mia. You'd think with mud like this, they kind of, work the track in just a little bit, but Dave Mia, I think, really tried pushing it on that first lap. It was 5 seconds a lap slower, but the track in theory should work in just a little bit unless you're trying to experiment and try and find a little more traction. With Mia right now with about a 5 3/4 second advantage, he can do a little testing, maybe try and find a little bit more grip here or there, because he does have a substantial lead over second place. Rob Weiland is in second, but Ryan Redmond back in third, but he's some 17 seconds behind Rob Weiland. A couple of scratches in this class. John Holtz in the 477 and the 476 of Andy Holtz. After watching these guys get around so well, they're probably wishing that they had stayed in the race, because they are making it and negotiating it much better than we saw the buggies and the classics that we saw earlier. 402 looks like he gets past. The 421, is that Rob Weiland, or 471? Brad LaMarche. LaMarche able to charge his way. He was in 4th that last time around. Dave Mia still out in front of this one after 3 laps complete. Dave Mia in front of Rob Weiland. Ryan Redmond in 3rd. Brad LaMarche should be the next one across the stripe. He actually moves into 3rd, gets by Ryan Redmond. So Mia, Weiland, LaMarche, 1, 2, and 3. 3 laps have been complete. A couple more laps till the competition caution at the halfway point. There's the 471 LaMarche. That's 3rd place on your screen. And back to our leader, actually 2nd place, Rob Weiland. He was about 8 seconds behind Dave Mia the last time. He'll take that right-hand turn, and there you saw the leader of Dave Mia coming across in front. He's heading toward the left-hand turn, the last turn before you get to this front straightaway. Oh, it should be, I believe that. Tony Bachhoven, welcome up here on the big stage. Grab that microphone. You can't come up here and not talk to me. Come in here a little tighter.
I was looking for a place to rest my feet.
Yeah, and the 475 of Dave Mia. I know the guys are talking back there what they're going to do for the big boy class, but these guys put on their big boy panties. 1 minute 10 seconds. That's better than the 150 that we saw earlier in the two-wheel drive stuff.
Well, it's certainly not easy to get around here, especially when the surface is like it is, but starting to make some ground out there, and that's really what they're after, is trying to get this track run in, and that's been the talk in the pro pit area.
Dude, if anybody knows what it's like to work in a track, it's you. Probably now some more open wheel as far as dirt track races of anybody I know. You're kind of used to this sloppy stuff to start, and the track does develop as the race goes on.
Absolutely. Someone asked me a little while ago, what should we be doing? I said, well, partially
Racing.
They're doing the right thing. Is they've got trucks out there trying to get it run in. They're probably going to come out and just scrape it off with the blade again here just a little bit. They'll be in great shape to race. But yeah, I've seen a lot of dirt races start out like this, where it was raining, and then they get some trucks out on the track, or sprint cars in my case, and then it'll rain again. And boy, you do end up with a great track at the end of the night.
What's happening here with Dave Mia? I mean, he has a definite hitch in his giddy up right there. This is the series points leader who's bogging. He had 11.8 second advantage. Oh no, we're at the competition caution. I was wondering, I was like, he had 11.8 second advantage.
He is off the pace.
Tim, I'm ready to choke you out in the truck right there. Got me all nervous. Yeah, we're going to step aside for a second, Tony, and stick with us here at Torc, the Off-Road Championship, right after this.
Ready. Drive.
And 90 degrees up on 2 wheels.
Fly. Dominate. Celebrate. MagnaFlow.
What is Monster? It's killing tires on the ultimate Gymkhana course. I'm Ken Block, and I am Monster.
Back to Torc, the Off-Road Championship is Sportsman class. Looks like the 454 of Michael Plotz, who was in 7th place. He's Smevis Smubuk, in the words of Bill Cosby.
A little hot under the hood out there. Some flames out of the top, but
burst flames.
Burst flames.
Can't even go in the house, burn the house down. That was Eddie Murphy. I'm going through the whole comedy routine right now. Yeah, we knew overheating could be an issue, but not sure what started the fire right there. But the track crew, and that's another thing too. If you can't get the safety personnel to that, you don't want to see racing a little bit later. There's a perfect example of it.
And that's been the biggest thing that they've been talking about back in the pro pits is that they've got to get the track in a position where they can get the safety crew out to them. And, when the conditions are slick like this, the buggies really had it against their better advantage there. But it's coming along. I think it's going to be a good afternoon.
I think so. And you see the safety truck going a little bit slower. I'm not sure if they're going to start this time with that truck that was on fire right there in the racing line. So they'll probably have to make them come around one more time, probably, or they may pull them to the infield. But, again, it's all in the interest of safety, and that's why they're trying to slow it down just a little bit.
And you can really see it on some of these trucks, the hundreds and hundreds of pounds of mud that are caking on these trucks.
Did you see the scales out there? Did you anybody? I'm just wondering, as Scott was saying, it could be 1,000 pounds. If that is the case, but they were squatted. Even the buggies, you saw full compression.
I was walking through the buggy pit area, and they were cleaning off a couple of them, and the ring of mud around the buggy had to be 2 foot tall in some places. There is some serious mud coming back on those cars.
Yeah, I'd love to see what the weight differential is.
It probably is like when I get on the scale, it says 1 at a time, please.
Right. Tony Bachhoven getting to do some of the trackside duties for Torc the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL. Next time around, I believe they will go green. So one more time around, so they're going to hold up the one stick. You see that in Tony out there doing the field reporter duties. Your first time was, last year for Torc Off-Road?
That's right. I came in right after the Dodge City, Kansas race, and I came in after the Dodge City, Kansas race and then finished out the season, and it was great. And so getting back here this year was a really great treat for me.
It's good to get to see some of these sportsmen as well, the guys that have aspirations maybe to be a Pro Light, Pro 2, Pro 4-wheel drive as well.
Yeah, they learn how to run on the track. They learn how to control the trucks a little more, and so then when the timing's right for them to move up, we've seen that in the classes where from Pro Lights to Pro 2s to Pro 4s. So that's what you want. You don't want a guy to make a career out of one class. You want to see some progression.
We don't have to worry about it. You letting the cat out of the bag, because I'm going to try and draw the cat out of the bag. What's been your storyline, or what do you think is going to be one of your factors that you're going to hit when people do watch the NBC Sports Network show?
Well, this weekend, the CJ Greaves is going to clinch his first professional truck championship. That's a big deal.
He hopes.
It's
not wrapped up yet.
Right, it's not wrapped up yet, but that'll be one of the big storylines. But there's lots of things going on back there, and some drivers that are starting to get some momentum late in the season. There's a lot of Pro Light drivers that are
they're right in it.
Right. So lots of excitement back there. I'm excited about it. There's some guys back there with some sponsors here for next year that are looking for a good run this year that are talking about doing some different things. So lots of stories we'll be talking about on the broadcast this weekend.
Chrissy Lee is going to be your sidekick down there as well. Tess Sewell in the booth with Grant Langston and RJ. Ricky Johnson, a Torc champion in his own right. All right, so one more turn. Looks like they're going to make the right. They pulled the one truck off into the infield, make the right-hand turn. Go fire it back up one more time. The 475, Dave Mia is going to be out in front. Rob Weiland, Brad LaMarche, Ryan Redmond as they cross the checker stripe one more time, coming down this front straightaway. I think it's an opportunity for a bonsai move, don't you? I mean, if there's more than one line, now's your time to go from second to first.
Yeah, you better do it right now and then hope your truck can stick on the bottom, because if you get up above the cushion, so to speak, or up in the slop, you're along for the ride.
Small snowplow. Small snowplow. All right, so starting nose to tail, here we go. Cheer them on as they come down. They've been waiting all day to hear your applause. Let's hear it now as they come down the front straightaway, the final time for the second half of the Formula 4x4. With a strong start, pitching it sideways, looked a lot like Scott Douglas, how he likes to back it in, doing his Scott Douglas interpretation, and he's just trying to get the heck out of Dodge and not have to worry about anybody running up his tailpipe.
The best thing for him is he doesn't have to worry about all that roost.
Yes. Sometimes more important than setup is vision. You can't, and I always say this, and when you get older and stuff, you lose your eyesight. You cannot put a price on eyesight. You cannot put a price on a clean tear-off in certain cases like this.
Well, and these guys are talking about stacking 30 to 40 tear-offs on there. As you got a great battle out there right now.
Yeah, second place looks like Rob Weiland's starting to have Brad LaMarche all up in his business. And Brad's probably tired of staying back there in third. He had a quick time of 1:08, so he's had our fastest lap time in the race. So watch that race back in third. There's your leader, Dave Mia, out in front. Look at second, third. Watch the third place truck of LaMarche, the 471. I think he's got something for him.
He's trying to get on the inside of him, trying to get down there as far as he can, and here he goes to the outside. Pulls up alongside. Is he going to have enough to get back down to the bottom? Oh, no, look at it. He gets out there. He gets out there in that slop, losing some of that momentum going into the turn, but now he gets back on the bottom.
Yeah, but it set him up perfectly. He's all up in the business again. Square it up, Buttercup. You're not going to make a pass being in a straight line right behind him. Look at him. Now he had a great run. He actually had to get on the binders on the front end of that straightaway.
So if that's me and you, I'm going to give you a little nudge going into the corner right here to stay on the bottom.
Dude, I cannot believe they're being that nice to each other. But it also enables fourth place Ryan Redmond to close in.
Yep.
Call me crazy, but Rob Weiland's doing a great job of holding off the two guys behind him.
He is, because he doesn't know where they're going, and he's trying to keep his truck going straight.
Yeah,
you can hear him back there. But the guy that's loving it's Dave Mia. He's driving away from these guys.
It looks like a whoop section going into that last turn before the finish line. So if there's one place I've seen some hiccups and huckabucks, I think it's that last right-hand turn. That's going to upset the attitude of that truck, especially as the race develops. Watch down the front straight. It's going to happen again. He's not as close this time, but watch the four, actually Weiland, Redmond. Watch down that front straight. So Weiland in second. See, you got to pull out. You cannot make a pass following in the track's guide.
Well, and they're starting to figure out that they can maybe lean on what's starting to become a little bit of a cushion out there a little bit.
Oh, so LaMarche dropped back. Scott said coming into that last turn, made some contact. So I think that's the race. Watch, you see, first making the left-hander to go pit, second, third, fourth. Again, he's really strong in that straightaway, and he's being really nice.
And he looks, he's going to the outside there, gets a run to him, takes a look at the outside fender there. He leans up on that cushion, but not enough.
Nowhere to go. Yeah, he blew through it, had nowhere to go.
And what you can't see very well here on the screen is that cushion up over the top of it's about 1.5 feet deep, just slop, like concrete, so to speak, wet concrete.
So again, Weiland's now in second place, holding off Ryan Redmond. I still think the fastest guy is Brad LaMarche in fourth, but he can't get anywhere. Watch, down the front straightaway. Watch it this time. Watch the third truck in your picture of this trio here. I guarantee he's going to do something different. Look at all that drive he's got. He wants to go to the inside so bad right there.
Redmond doing a nice job running right in the middle of that groove, not letting him go to the outside, not letting him get on the inside, but now he's got to run to the inside of him going into the turn there, as Weiland does a nice job of closing the bottom, makes him get on the brakes.
And LaMarche was stuck like Chuck. He wanted to go to the inside, chose the outside, then got out of position and had the long way around is not always the best way. It might keep up more momentum, but you're going a lot further distance.
They're going. He's trying to keep his truck down as low as he can.
And you know who's enjoying this? Dave Mia. He just pulled out. I mean, he's got only a 4-second advantage in the mud. That's nothing. Here comes another run by LaMarche back there in fourth. Watch the bumps right here in the right-hand turn. They should hit him like right around
right
now.
There. Right there.
I mean, that looks like a full-on whoop. Here comes LaMarche.
On the outside, side by side. Oh, he gets over the cushion again.
And he's stuck because Redmond knows as long as I hold that inside, you've got to go in the crap to get by me. But right now he's in the crap.
He opens the door,
but
leaves
LaMarche,
the bottom wide open.
But LaMarche was out of position. He couldn't close in the gap.
He fell back so far in the last turn there.
Would you be this nice?
No way.
No way. I mean,
no way.
Watch LaMarche again down to frustrate. He said, you give me the inside, I'm going to take it. Redmond he's inside, he's outside. He's been doing it all race, but he's trying to close in on Weiland. He still wants second. He wants to win this thing, but to win, you still have to get in second.
He's done a nice job of keeping his truck wide when it was important.
Watch right here. That straightaway, LaMarche, without question, is faster than everybody. He's having to get on the brakes when he does not want to.
Right. He needs the ability to get into the corner on the bottom, and then if he needs to let his truck slide up, so be it. But he can't get in the corner where he needs to.
And the laps just keep ticking off. 8 laps are done, 9 coming up. Looking to see if white flag is out for Dave Mia. The final time he sees a flag other than the checkered. Hopefully for him, he's got an advantage. What is that advantage over Rob Weiland? It's stretched out to 5
Here they come.
seconds.
They're side by side again, battling for that third spot.
Marsh. I'm telling you, I do think he is the fastest guy out on the track, although Alan DeWitt had the quickest lap of the race, a 1:07. The pros that are watching this race having to go, you know what, this track's starting to groove in a little bit.
They're doing a nice job of getting some of that slop blown off the track.
And again, the course workers may go out there and scrape and even it up before we do see Torc the Off-Road Championship a little bit later. Look at it, look at it. Oh, we got 2 bonds on move.
Big run to the inside. He's got it.
He ain't going to stop, though. Watch this. LaMarche.
Slides up across the track, right up over the junk, opens it up. 2 trucks coming to the inside.
No. I wouldn't have let off right then if I was LaMarche.
Oh, man.
You knew that he was going to make a dive bomb, but there was no way he could shut that thing down. Dave Mia. There it is. Dave Mia. World Championship goes to him in the 475, 10 laps complete. He takes the victory. Kudos goes to him. Rob Weiland going to finish second unofficially. Ryan Redmond in third, and Brad LaMarche finished just off the podium, and he has to be sick inside that helmet because he was super fast, but he just could not get by those top 3. Well, that's going to be a, hey, Tony, thanks for us.
Yeah, thanks for, I got to take these big shoes of Scott Rain off here now.
All right, finish line donuts for Dave Mia. Kudos to him. We're going to step aside for a moment. Scott, watch out. You're about to get muddy again, my friend.
Start the cameras. All right, stand up on the exterior step.
Husqvarna's latest innovation is based on a simple fact. The Earth is not flat. Its hills, valleys, and uneven terrain inspired Husqvarna to create a line of all-wheel drive mowers that help make easy work of any mowing challenge. The Earth isn't flat, but with a Husqvarna all-wheel drive mower, it sure could feel that way. Find the all-wheel drive mower at your local Husqvarna dealer and Lowe's.
Husqvarna is the largest outdoor power equipment manufacturer in the world. That's right, Husqvarna offers a full line of lawn and garden equipment for the homeowner and the professional. Chainsaws, blowers, trimmers, lawnmowers, tractors, zero turns, and more. Trust Husqvarna with all your lawn, garden, and outdoor power equipment needs. Stop by the Husqvarna display area to find out how you can save 10% on your next purchase of Husqvarna outdoor power equipment. I'd like to thank the people at Rugged Radios. The Nitro B is a small single-channel radio receiver for racers and spotters to hear the Torc race officials. This UHF listen-only receiver allows track officials to notify drivers and spotters of a yellow flag or any wrecks that may have occurred on the track. The Nitro B is the official receiver for USAC. Get your Nitro B today at RuggedRadios.com. All right, Scott Rains down there with another world champion, this time in the Formula 4x4. Scott?
Well, as you can see, the rain is starting to come down again a little bit, but we got three real happy guys up here. The track looks like it's starting to come around a little bit. With a little bit more work, we're going to have a heck of a track, I think. But right now, Ryan Redmond, I'm going to look at this guy. Yes, he's been up here before. So I'm going to – can we get you to smile today? Can we get him to smile?
It's not gonna happen.
It's not gonna happen. It's gotta happen, man. This is the World Championship weekend. You ran a really good race. Fantastic move on that last lap to get back on this podium. And I mean, talk about the track conditions. What was it like inside that cockpit of yours?
Well, I really couldn't see too much. Rob kept throwing dirt at me, so I was kind of driving with one hand up, blocking the mud. But it was a blast for a one-lane track. We were doing everything we could just to stay moving.
And the two of you guys were glued bumper to bumper for, I want to say, from the drop of the green flag of the second half of that race. It was a three-man battle for that second, third, and fourth.
Oh yeah, I got ahead of Rob in the gravel pit, but I came in a little too fast. Ended up losing a spot. Got into Brad a little, but hopefully he's not mad. I think I hit just about everything out there besides the pace truck.
No, is anybody else noticing anything that? Yeah, I had a good race out there. It's been a lot of fun. But yet on the track, he drove like a crazed maniac. And it's like, you know what? You're hucking that thing sideways, four-wheel drive through this mud. Without a doubt, the worst track conditions we've had all season long. Was it fun, though?
Oh, I had the time of my life out there playing in the mud. I just got to thank the crew, my sponsors, AMSOIL, Crandon, J&R Auto Parts, our sticker dude. He's out there this time. I thank my wife. It's just everybody that helped.
You do realize the wife should have been the first one that you'd really thank. You're like,
she'll get over it.
Ryan Redmond, congratulations, man. Welcome back up here to Crandon in the top spot.
Thanks.
All right. Mr. Whalen, tell me that is from walking up here, not what's inside of your race truck.
Yeah, it's
a little of both. Well, last time we were here just a couple weeks ago, you actually had to pull out that Classics of yours, and because you couldn't quite get this your four-wheel drive running. You're a little disappointed, but you hit the track just as good. It's falling apart. Are we back? We back? Well, once again, every time I get next to you, something seems to be falling apart. But again, this race, you and that guy over there, back and forth, even on the last two laps, just beating on each other. Fun to watch, entertaining, even with Mother Nature looking down on us the way she is this afternoon.
Yeah, she was a one-man track, and I could tell, it was just a matter of not making a mistake, help making her hold together. Like I say, you mentioned the other truck. That's my Classics transmission in this truck. Last night, I loaded on a trailer. The one I just rebuilt was something wrong with it. It wasn't right. And so I didn't want to come up here and run it, so I put the wash and worked all night, put that other Classics transmission in this truck so I could come out here and race. And like I said, I got to thank AMSOIL. Once again, that race transmission in the Classics truck was 2 years old. Still running strong. Still hooking up in this mud. We'll see how she does tomorrow.
Well, congratulations, man. That was an awesome race to watch as a fan.
I'd always like to thank my sponsors, Millwright Local 1056. They give you all the training to help keep putting this thing back together. The Northeast Council of Carpenters. I mean, with their support, it goes a long ways. Thanks.
And Robert Weiland finishing second. You know what? I'm just going to come on down here and try to reach up real high because we got a full crew up here with Dave, me. let me just put this way. 2014 world champion. Throw it out there, man. What's it like?
It's awesome. It's my first time winning the ring. My first win ever was in conditions like this, and so I knew what to do. Just hang in there, stay on the line, man. I'll tell you, it was two 10-inch wide lines around there, one for each tire. I paid one time when I got off it. Nope, I'm not getting off it again. I want to thank my crew, my wife, my crew, Jason and Jove and Christine. We made some last-minute adjustments. I came out and watched the classics guys. They all came back on their bump stops. I'm like, we got to put some more pressure in these things. Let's do it. And we all did it, and we got some screening up to prevent the mud from getting in the radiator. We knew that if we could turn it and cool it, we could win it. And I want to thank Moore, and I want to thank Crandon, and I want to thank Torc and USAC. It's awesome to get up here and race. And I got to thank this little guy, and he wants to thank his mom for bringing him. Say thank you, Mommy.
Thank you, Mommy.
Congratulations. I can't end an interview any better than that. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2014 world champion. We also got AMSOIL up here with certificates for $50 for third, $100 for second, and $150 for the winner. And again, redeem these things for product here this weekend. He doesn't want to take it home with him. So once again, our top three finishers in the Formula 4x4.
The Caterpillar equipment out, trying to scrape off that layer, trying to even out the track, make it more than just one lane. We'll be back with more Torque the Off-Road Championship. Again, I told that there was a pit bull running around there, brown pit bull by the back gate. It's brindle in color, I guess. It's a brown brindle color. If that's your pit bull, please get it, or somebody else will.
I'm one of the owners for Total Chaos Fabrication. I'm also one of the drivers. We have to test our equipment. You have one opportunity to nab the money shot. I have to believe that it's going to be accessible and it's not going to fail on me. We'll travel with equipment like external WD hard drives. We have to trust that the equipment's going to protect our data. I have to believe in what I'm using and I have to have trust in it.
As the velocity of change in the world increases, so does the promise of opportunity. For over 86 years, we've stayed true to the belief that if you put quality in, you get quality out. No matter the job, our equipment is built for it. No matter the ask, our dealers are up for it. No matter the challenge, you'll be ready for it. Build on a company that's built for it.
Well, welcome back once again here to Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. It's World Championship Weekend, and it's the keys to the big house here. The final weekend of racing in 2014 for both Pro and Sportsman Series. In fact, without guys like Traxxas, where there's no way you can put on something like this. So you know what? If you want to race Traxxas / 4x4 short course trucks against the Traxxas Pro drivers, listen close. Go to the Traxxas Mobile Support Hauler located behind the grandstands and enter for your chance to win a spot. That's right. You can stand right next to your favorite driver and race against them in a Traxxas / 4x4 short course truck. By signing up, you're also entered for a chance to win a Traxxas / short course truck. Go to the Traxxas Vending Hauler and sign up now for a chance to race shoulder to shoulder against Traxxas Pro drivers Mike Jenkins, Keegan Kincaid, and Mark Jenkins. Thanks for coming out this weekend to Crandon. Remember that Traxxas, it's the fastest name in radio control. Whether you're a sponsor pro or a weekend warrior, VP Racing Fuels are purpose-built to grab the lead and keep you there. Extreme off-road conditions bring out the best in VP. VP Fuels makes more power and more consistent, and they're easy to find. For more info, visit vpracingfuels.com. Once again, we're still waiting for our next race to be ready and staging. So in the meantime, we'll take a step back, and we'll be back right after this.
I'm one of the owners for Total Chaos Fabrication. I'm also one of the drivers. We have to test our equipment. You have one opportunity to nab the money shot. I have to believe that it's going to be accessible and it's not going to fail on me. We'll travel with equipment like external WD hard drives. We have to trust that the equipment's going to protect our data. I have to believe in what I'm using, and I have to have trust in it.
As the velocity of change in the world increases, so does the promise of opportunity. For over 86 years, we've stayed true to the belief that if you put quality in, you get quality out. No matter the job, our equipment is built for it. No matter the ask, our dealers are up for it. No matter the challenge, you'll be ready for it. Build on a company that's built for it.
When you take that checkered flag and you're standing top on the box, you're proud to have AMSO on your shirt. But I tell you what, when you take that motor apart in the dyno room and you look at those bearings and you see how great they are, you're really proud to be an AMSO driver and to be representing a team that has product that's that good.
Once again, welcome back, everybody. As you can see, we've got the huge American flag, and we're not that far from Canada as well. So out of respect to our northern neighbors, we got the Canadian flag waving, and look at all the AMSOIL flags. It gives everybody back home an idea of the wind that's going kind of kicking up here. It's raining a little bit once again. It's picked up a little bit of a mist going on. As we get ready for our next race, I believe it's the single buggy class coming up next as we get ready to come out with our pros very, very soon. I want to give a shout-out to some of the people I know that are watching all across the globe and within our country as well. And I know there's a young man out in Southern California, Kaylor, 12-year-old Kaylor in SoCal is watching us. Big fan of off-road racing in the Torc series. So thanks for watching. Also, I know a couple of our service people across the globe in the Philippines. I know there's a group of Marines that are tuned in and watching. Thank you so much to all of our troops that are tuned in, no matter where they are stationed. We usually find out after the fact via emails or messages with the social medias of all the service people that have checked it out. And right there, guys, no matter where you're stationed, if you're in someplace very, very hot and very sandy, look what we're dealing with here right there on that picture. All the umbrellas, the raincoats, the rain gear, and nobody's going anywhere. And I got to tell you, Robbie, I'm going back and forth from the podium to back here to the sound tower, and there's people walking everywhere. There's people everywhere checking out some very, very cool things. There's even a guy out there somewhere going shirtless. He's out there walking around. He's been out there all day long bare-chested. It's not like it's 90 degrees out here, but he's out here having a blast. So once again, wherever you're watching, thank you so much. Tuned in to TorcSeries.com and the YouTube channel. And, we still got some really, really good racing going on. You can see the guys are really out there on the track trying to get this thing back to the conditions we had yesterday. And you can see right now back at the Forest County Potawatomi starting line, all the cars, trucks lined up. You can see the super stock trucks are on the little bit on the left side of the screen. The single buggies are on the right. The weather conditions kind of taken away what Crandon is known for, and the land rush start. So that it kind of hurts the show a little bit. But you know what? We want to get everybody through turn 1 safely, and the only way we can do that in these track conditions is do a rolling 2x2 start. You can see the single buggies lined up. Richie Kuloff is right there with that brand new Dodge Ram that the racetrack purchased just a few weeks ago. Nice looking wrap on that. And it looks like that's Richie right there with the flag in his hand. But, there's the tremendous crowd here this weekend, even with the weather being what it is. And the thing is, it's not a big surprise that we're going to probably be expecting this, as everyone has been trying to check it out. So trying to get here. And don't forget, we had our first taste of the world-famous Crandon chicken wings about an hour and a half or 2 hours or so ago. And if you're a little hungry, a little thirsty, and that's your own fault, because Crandon is known for their chicken wings. And I'm telling you, Dave Mullins will be the first one to sign that little contract saying, yep, there's no doubt about it. Crandon chicken wings are what it's all about, something to look forward to every single race weekend. This place is known for that. So also Tim and Timmery from Race and Dirty, they got event-specific T-shirts up on top of the hill just for this weekend. Some very, very cool designs. They've also got a few other surprises that some fans might be interested in checking out on display. Stop up and see Tim. Tell him Scott sent you. You had something you wanted to look at. We're just about 4 minutes away from the next races. They're getting everything ready to go. A little bit of equipment still on the track. Like I say, we're about 4 minutes away. We'll be right back just after this.
Fire and EMS professionals often use gas-powered tools and depend on this equipment to start when needed. That's why they use VP small engine fuel, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. It's designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
cars on the track making the way into turn 1. It's a 1600 single buggy. The boys are going for it. Look at the roost, and that's just idling speed.
Who's your front row guys right there, the one on this left-hand side of the picture. You test right now what it's like to drive. On that little bit of straightaway you have, you just get squirrely on purpose.
Here's our line. We got Jason Flugrat in the 356 and John Fitzgerald in 395 in the front row. J.D. Corum, Bruce Manicky, the 396, 301, row 2. Row 3, Bob Blaney, Jeff Wyszynski. Row 3, row 4, Brad Erickson, Robert Kinner. In row 4, row 5, Mark Steiner, our points leader, and Cynthia Gauthier. Row 6, Matt Wedland and Guy Senkowski. Bruce Fraley, Lee O'Donnell, and Trent Hansen and Billy Booth.
Well, it looks like they're going to get a sight lap, Sky. I know we were trying to get through that really quick. But if you were about on the second or third row, you were sighting more than driving and lost a lot of gap. So it really wouldn't have been fair to anybody back a ways. You know, it's tough to race in the mud. I don't care who you are, but it's tougher on some guys. Some guys that just aren't used to it. And you can be a pretty decent driver in the dry and look like a flat-out squirrel in the rain. And I think we're going to see some squirrely action if they have this race about to take off, because some of those guys did not look very confident on flat straightaways.
Man, I would take as much air out of those tires and just open up those lugs as much as possible. If I had B-locks, man, I'm slamming those things on. I never would otherwise run inner tubes, but I would be today, just to be able to run as low pressure as possible. You want a really wide track to just open up those lugs.
Low pressure, make it as wide as you can.
Or you got the other side, make a quick run to Rhinelanders or Fleet Farm, like the late farmer John would, and buy a couple of tractor tires to throw them on there, make them as skinny as possible.
Yeah, make some wagon runs out of their Postman. Yeah, so they got the wave around that first time. And some of these guys are going to have to pick it up because it's got a short chute coming down to the front straightaway. So the leader's going to set the pace, and those guys, I mean, they're going to be half a track behind because they kind of didn't get on it. And I feel sorry for the guys farther back because they don't want to pass the guy in front of him. But this is almost a case where you have to.
Oh, looks like they're being given one more lap this time by. I want to say that's Faye right there. It's hard to tell. I'm used to seeing him in white pants.
And I know some of these guys are having a hard time with the track, but they've got to pack up better than what they're doing. And I know some of these guys, you know, they might be in the back or going, I don't care, start the race. I'm just trying to survive and maybe pick some guys off with DNFs. Because you see how spread out they are, you've got to be tighter than that if you want to have a decent start.
Here's the thing. I would have wanted to take the green flag right away. Let's get bumper to bumper coming out of the green flag the first time, because right now they've had one lap, and my car now weighs about 300, 500 pounds heavier than it did as I came around the corner.
And I've got mud. I've got more mud than I would have had.
And my tear-offs. How many tear-offs do they use in a parade lap or reconnaissance lap?
Yeah, you don't.
They just went through probably half their tear-offs, if not more. And Dan's going cha-ching over here.
Yeah.
I got plenty more.
But I have no more ponchos, but I've got this great fleece blanket that has a poly bottom that will not get water through it.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out a waterproof, what did he call it?
It was a blanket that's waterproof on one side and fleece on the other.
Yeah.
So it won't let water through the bottom, but it's
from
going to be
underneath.
raining on the top.
Yeah, but there'll be a puddle on top.
Yeah.
Because of what's coming down from above.
He's thinking about wintertime. He's
thinking about selling stuff.
Oh, yeah, okay. I thought so no, they're taking the long way around. What are they doing right now? They're taking a long, so it's not as far as the short chute, right? So where are they going? Are they going back to the start line? They're going. They're having an extended. I don't. That was.
I'm not one to question what's going on.
Yeah, they're just
but
packing them up.
I don't have a clue right now.
They're just packing them up, and they just made it through the gravel pit. And this does look like it will be a better start because you've got to, as drivers. I know you're struggling to make it around, but you want to talk about somebody on that second row that's having a hard time just getting around there, just putting a number on the guys behind them because they don't want to pass.
One guy I'm going to keep an eye on right now is Bruce Fraley out of Las Vegas. He's starting way back in row 7. I'm not even going to tell you what his number is because you won't be able to see it anyways, but it's a orange and kind of like a dark orange and silver car.
312.
Okay. But he's out of Las Vegas.
That's the last.
How can a guy in the desert who's very, very he's very good short course, but an excellent desert racer. How is he going to be able to handle a track like this? He was on the podium yesterday, was battling for the lead and the win at one point. So,
have you seen it raining in Las Vegas lately? Dude, he's got more rain to deal with than this place right now. It's been crazy there at times this year.
I've actually can tell you something that I'm sure you've never heard of before.
What's that?
I was at an off-road race in the desert that got canceled due to snow.
Oh, yeah, that's tough. Northern Arizona?
Yeah, Dan was there too.
All right, here we go. The safety truck pulls off, and it should be, our time and scoring's not up on here, but we'll get it the first time around. It should be J.D. Crandon and Bruce Manicky leading that charge in front, and somebody taking a little excursion more to the inside. Here we go. Green flag is out. We now have a start in the 1600 buggy.
And already separated. And
Who is that got the whole shot? Is that Crandon or Manicky?
I think it's Flugrad, actually. Jason Flugrad.
Oh, okay, yeah. I thought there was a scratch, but it was John Fitzgerald that was a scratch on our list. Yeah.
Boy, oh boy, did he get a nice jump. It just kind of like caught everybody off guard, I believe, unless they couldn't see.
Look at that, 376 going nowhere.
Oh, is that Blaney?
Yeah, and he was starting in fourth position.
He's going to need help getting out of that. He cannot do it himself. So Blaney, tough break for him. But Flugrad looks like he has issues going through the gravel pit turn. He loses a big gap back to second. As it looks, boy, I can't quite tell who.
We'll know it the first time around. 369, possibly J.D. Corrent. He's squaring it up.
Oh, how about Kinner? Kinner comes to the inside. He had a very strong run last night.
And you see, that's where we have a pass for the lead. Have a pass for lead. I think it's Manicky. It was up there. Who is it? Or Blaney, that was the one. I think Blaney might have taken the lead. Let's see as they come out across. 369's out in front. It's J.D. Curran who's out in front. I got lost early on who was who, but Curran has taken the lead, and we've lost our time in scoring up here, so we're just going to try and wing it with you and get as tight of shots as we can. Oh, you don't want to be in second, and that's exactly the mindset of the car in second right now, making a pass on the inside, dive bomb him. And now's the time. Rob Kinner, you got to get on the binders early and just hold that inside line, because although you're charging hard, it's also twice as hard to shut her down. Kinner looks fast. He didn't have any problem shutting it down that time and separates himself just a little bit as he makes his way through the middle portion of that straightaway, making the right-hand turn. Completes one lap, green flag out. This is the 1600 buggy race. I'm assuming another 10-lap race. Oh, somebody over-rotates.
It looks like that's Brad Erickson, right?
Erickson,
I believe, running in second, yeah.
Somebody over-rotated, went from second to fourth.
Brad Erickson and running in second. I believe that's Flugrad in third.
Glad you know. Somebody with a 5, yeah, probably 356.
Whoa, somebody just about over-rotated.
Oh, no, that's second place.
Yep, okay, that's there. Erickson just popped out of the screen. Here comes Flugrad running in third, but he's going to the outside. And I believe that's Fraley right there out of Las Vegas, yeah. Bruce Fraley just goes by. He's now in the top 3.
Yeah, 312 up in there. You said how well would he do? He does really well. Well, we saw him where? At Bark River. After not competing with us throughout the year, he went out Bark River and he was running really strong, having to work his way through the field because he was not in it in the series points. It looks like he's doing the same thing here today. Having a bad starting position in 14th and already up into the top 3. So isn't he the one that won at Bark River? The last day, yeah. Fraley's the one that won at Bark River on that final day, so he may be the one to watch for here, even though J.D. Curran's the one out in front, the 369.
Oh, Kinner looks like he got rubbed off. Kinner's off the track. And, oh, no, actually that's what one car was getting pulled off the track right there.
369 just ran off the track right when you saw Kinner in there. That was Curran that was out in front. You got me. I'm lost as last year's Easter egg. You see Kinner out there making it around. He's going, but I know J.D. Curran was out in front early on, and we saw him stopped on the side. It looks like he's still stuck. It was rolling just a second ago, but not really underpowered, it doesn't look like. Is your biggest boy in front?
No,
you sure?
Kinner, yeah. It's got to be Kinner in front.
Because there's Fraley on the back straightaway. Where's Kinner?
There's Kinner going into the gravel pit turn. I believe that's Steiny, I think, running in second. That would put right here. There's Steinhardt.
Would that be Fraley?
And there's Fraley right behind him.
Okay, so there's our top three. We got to race then. Good.
And we lost there. And there's Flugrap. But where's Erickson that was running the top three? He's disappeared out of sight now.
All right, so watch the last turn. The guy should be going through, correct? Only 7 more laps in this race. So coming down the front straightaway should be your top drivers, 1, 2, and 3. 326. And there as well of Kenner. The 312 now coming down the front straight. Bruce Fraley.
Steinhardt all over the back of Kinner right now. That's for the lead, isn't it?
It's got to be close. I think it's for second. We got to find out who our leader is, though.
So that would put Brad Erickson up front. If that's a battle for second, Brad Erickson's coming out of the corner. That's the car that's right at the Traxxas launch zone right now. If that's our leader, that's Erickson. That would put Kinner in second, Steinhardt in third.
Fourth would be Blaney. I think, right?
Fraley would be the one in fourth.
Fraley, excuse me, sorry. Yeah, that should be it if we can just make sure. Looks like competition yellow's coming around the next time around. So Erickson
is coming around right now onto the front stretch.
Yeah, here's first, second, third right here. Coming down the front straight right now.
He's got his hands full. And his car is just, I don't think he's got any travel left. That car has got 0 ride height. He kind of unloaded a little bit. Didn't catch it here, but unloaded a little bit. But as soon as it came down, it slammed down to the ground. So he's on the bump stop.
If the wheels aren't on the ground, you're not grabbing for traction, are you? So he's okay with it. He's all right. He'll keep his squat and just clawing for anything he can get.
So, and it looks like Blaney just smacked the inside of the wall right here in front of us. You see a little bit of a blaze orange. I believe that's Blaney.
And he's just off the racing line as well, so guys going to have to take a little higher and could get them out of position, making that final left-hand turn before the front straight. So there's your leader right coming to the checkered right around now, or the flagging stand with the competition yellow. So yeah, competition yellow is out.
Yep.
They're second, third, and fourth, I
There's
believe.
Brad Erickson cross the line, Robert Kinner, Mark Steinhardt, and Bruce Fraley. And that looks like that was Blaney that clocked the inside of the blue wall right before the left-hand turn onto the front straightaway. You know what? We're going to clean things up the best we can up here right now. We'll be back in just a moment for the second half of the single buggy race.
When adventure calls, count on the Trail Grappler to get you to your destination, wherever that may be. Large, innovative tread blocks provide additional biting edges to help you command the most challenging terrains as you discover new trails. The Trail Grappler's 3-ply sidewall and thick rubber construction aids puncture resistance and provides durability when you need it most. Nitto Trail Grappler, where road meets trail.
What is it that makes a Husqvarna dealer a Husqvarna dealer? Well, just look close at the engineering in our outdoor power equipment. We're known for high performance and reliability in everything we make. So is it any wonder your Husqvarna dealer is also known for high performance and reliability in everything they do? With a nationwide network of Husqvarna dealers, there's one just around the corner.
And we're back once again. We're under the competition yellow as our pace truck is headed down into the Polaris Razor gravel pit turn. Not much gravel. Not much gravel this weekend,
need some gravel. Wish it was a lime pit right about now. It'd really kind of dry things up a little bit.
It tells you something where our pace truck has its windshield wipers on.
Yeah, and in case you're wondering, those of you watching online, the ones here, they know it. It is still raining right now. It's not a pour down, but it is still raining consistently.
It's just enough that
tee you off. Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, irritate the living. Yeah.
All right, so it looks like they're going to have them packed up pretty well. Everybody's in line, nose to tail, except for who this is coming down the front straight, and I think he's pretty much out of it because he wasn't trying as hard right there. But he's got a long ways to make up, so they should go green this next time around in the acceleration zone.
So once again, we've got Brad Erickson up front.
Like, what's the difference of it? Pick up the
See, Erickson up front, Kinner in second, Steinhardt third, fourth is Bruce Fraley, Flugrat running that fifth spot. Oh boy, unfamiliar paint scheme on that next car. Can't see the number, but little chain reaction going on there. Jeff
Deep
Wyszynski.
staging, wasn't he?
So let's see, Jeff Wyszynski's. Wait a minute, is Billy Booth out there in a light buggy running in the single buggy class? The blue car with the yellow wheels? That is a light buggy up there running in the single buggy class. I just realized that.
He was 17th entry on our list. All right, here we go. Down the back straight for the first time in the second half of the race. So 5 laps remaining in this 1600 buggy class. I think they're going to get racy up in front. Those top 4 guys look very equal as far as their speed. Just need one bump and run. 326 trying to bump it in there. Rob Kidder in second. You see the series points leader, Mark Steinhardt. Stein in third. Steinhardt's going to go to the inside here. The last turn coming up to the finish line area. Look at Steinhardt trying to make a pass. He's going to have those inside wheels and some drier stuff. Yeah, he made it, but can he hold it? Now he's set up on the outside for the left-hander.
Kinner just wasn't about to hand it over either. They were rubbing sidewalls on those tires. And now we're right with these 2 guys that have been battling all season long, Brad Erickson and Mark Steinhardt. Steinhardt has been winning a lot of races. Brad Erickson's won a few. In fact, Erickson came out on top back in Park River about a month and a half or so ago. So this will be very interesting. Kinner fighting back as well, so he's not going away. We got 3 cars starting to pull away from the entire pack.
Yeah, Steinhardt, the only guy we saw really look aggressive when he
look at Kinner. Kinner goes outside of Steinhardt going into the gravel pit turn.
Bet you didn't see that coming, did you?
And will he do a Walker Evans Luxembourg move and keep on going straight to Argonne? Nope, he makes a corner.
Yeah, that was a scenario of if you're going past me, you're going to pass me on the outside. Oh, darn, you just did.
Well, the whole thing is you got plenty of straightaway speed, but then you got to stop and be able to slow down and be able to turn.
But he went by so fast, he takes over the racing line and he has the inside again. That was just an outside. I love stuffing. I love stuffing from the outside. That earns
oh my
respect.
God, that kind of takes away a little bit of the guy you passed. That kind of blows the steam a little bit.
Oh, Rambo back there, the leader. I don't know, got a little squirrely, lost power, something, but second place just got all up in his business. And the 326 really closing in there. Rob Kinner in second, Steinhardt back in third. Watch Kinner, he wants this. He bogged down a little bit, so we're having
Erickson still maintains that lead nice and clean. Blaney, I don't know if he's in the lead lap or not, as he was up against the inside of the blue wall around what used to be Parsons Pond, at least for a little while. So he may be in the lead lap, maybe not. We're not quite sure.
Three to go next time around, or this time around. 3 more to go. 1, 2, and 3 making the left-hand turn, coming down the front straightaway. Only get a couple more opportunities to do so.
Yeah, Brad Erickson still has the point. Kinner right there. And we got a fan. This is probably, even in these conditions, probably one of the best single buggy races we had all season long.
This is Kinner's area. This is where you saw him that last time try that outside move on Steiny. Watch it here. He set up on the outside. He didn't get the drive, and that opened the door to Steinhardt. Yeah, his outside move almost cost him that time.
I think Kinner may have moved a little bit to the left. Kind of take that diving maneuver away from Steinhardt. As we're keeping an eye on Erickson right now.
Watch the bumps right here, and the right-hander coming into this last turn. Watch the bumps. Trying to turn it right there.
Man, there's a lot of duct tape. Purple duct tape, by the way, on Erickson's car.
2 laps to go.
Barely little slits on both the front and the sides of our lead car, and there it is.
Prediction, who's going to... The white next time around. Prediction right now with a lap and 3/4 to go. Who's going to win this thing?
Unless there's contact, I think Erickson will be able to hold them off.
I'm saying Kinner, but I don't think Steiny wants it back in third, but I think we saw both of them. I don't think Ericsson's going to do it because I think both of these two guys have been more the aggressor.
Oh, look at how far back, though, that Steinhardt's fallen back. And look at this.
Yeah.
Erickson seems to be pulling away. Wow, we got about a 20 car length gap back to second. Kinner's going to have to do a lot more than just bonsai a couple of corners.
Slow and steady wins the race. I think that was the case right there. When I was talking about the aggressiveness, what it's going to take to win, the aggressiveness actually cost Kinner that time. And Steinhardt behind
Steinhardt might have a shot, though, for second as they come around the corner for the final time.
I'll get the white flag the next time around. So about
there it is.
left.
Yep.
Or 1 lap to go.
There's the white flag. I thought that was the white flag.
Nope. Here we go. So this is it. Last lap.
Okay, that may change things. We'll find out how we can, let's see. Erickson got to get through the corner nice and clean. No missing shifts.
Kinner's up on the cushion. He's charging hard and riding that outside cushion. Kinner looks like he wants to be aggressive on this last lap. If he gets a good drive in the initial part of the back straightaway, I think you're going to see a bonsai move from him. Remember, Scott, this is for a world championship. And that opens the door for Steiny.
If you're a USAC official watching this race and all of a sudden he comes into that final corner, just dives in, and they make wheel-to-wheel contact, side to side, do you make the call?
It's for a world championship.
Yeah, I think they kind of threw away the rules on this last lap. Erickson comes through the corner nice and clean.
You're right, he does look really good. Oh, bogging a little bit right there. Both
Slow
these guys
coming out.
Kinner's going to close in a little bit. Watch this. 1, 2, and 3. Only have one more turn to go. Who wants the world championship in 1600 buggy?
Ericsson's got that inside line open a little bit. The line is open. Erickson goes back to the inside. Steiny tries outside. Ericsson's your world champion. Kinner is second, and Steinhardt third.
Great job by Erickson. Charging deep into that last turn. He knew that's where the guy had to make the pass, whoever it was. He charged in hard, but still had the wherewithal to get it slowed down while he was straight and not on the brakes while he was set up turn and get himself out of position. So good job by Erickson taking the victory. Second place, did a good job at Kinner as well. Steinhardt in third. And those are your top guys in points as well. Scott Rain is going to work his way down to the victory podium and talk to the 1600 buggy competitors.
We had these torrential downpours, and these trucks are not designed to have another 2,000 pounds of mud put on them. And then you pack the radiators tight. The tranny gauge, the water gauge, the oil gauge, everything's pegged. The Amsoil product came through for us and kept the rear end, the transmission, and the engine all running fine. And I tell you what, we were ready to go for the next day and pretty proud of it.
The fastest name in radio control.
arms clear, I'm going to anchor this again.
Well, welcome back again, everybody. We're here at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. We've got our top 3 finishers in the single buggy division race, and it was a mud fest. These guys battled back and forth, all race long. I'm going to come over here to the guy I'm not used to seeing here on that 3rd spot. Steiny, dare I say, for the first time, I haven't seen, this fire suit's actually muddy. What explain that one.
There's mud out there, Scott. You didn't know that? No, I got a really good start and thought, wow, this is going to work out really good. Passed a bunch of cars right here on the start and got up to the hill here and got hit, got spun out, put up against the wall and come to a complete stop, put it in reverse and it didn't go anywhere and rocked it back and forth, got back out on the track and was able to catch back up to these guys, but at that time it was just so one line and I couldn't see a whole lot and I couldn't get around them. Congratulations, these two guys. I know I got around Rob and then I made a mistake right away on that same lap that I got around them. So congratulations to those guys. It's a handful. It's probably the worst track I've ever raced on.
But going back about a few years, this is how we used to do it back, 15, 20 years ago. But it's kind of almost appropriate that this being the 45th year, we're back to almost a nostalgic fashion doing it the way we used to.
Well, you know, that's true to a certain point. You know, it's still not a good race for the fans. You know, we don't have fun doing it, but you know what? It ended up being pretty decent. It was a lot better than I thought it was going to be. And thanks to the Moore or USAC that put the Formula 4x4s out there in front of us. I'm sure those guys weren't happy, but I'm thinking the track would have been raceable at that time. So, you know, hats off to those guys.
Well, congratulations, man. You're on the podium. One race to go. Had a hell of a 2000. Oh, you're done. This is it. So is it official? I can say it. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2014 single buggy champion, Mark Steinhardt. Congratulations, man.
Yeah, thank you. I got to thank Todd's Automotive out of Rhinelander Fastenal, Carlsy Hardwood Floors, everybody else that helps me out. I appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2014 champion, Mr. Kinner, I got to tell you, I was so incredibly impressed out there with the aggressiveness that you were able to handle that car, diving into corners, lap after lap after lap. A couple times I didn't think you were going to be able to stop until you hit Argonne, and I don't mean the Argonne corner, I mean Argonne, the town, heading down into the gravel pit. But man, that was a fun race to watch between you guys.
Well, yeah, it was fun. You know, at least we were, you know, bumper to bumper. Yeah, it was kind of frustrating that I got caught up in trying to get around the guy by the finish line there and got sucked into the mud, but that's racing.
And the thing is, you know, it's one of those things. I mentioned it with Mark that it's almost nostalgic. It's almost appropriate. Yeah, it wasn't the greatest of conditions for you guys, but this is the way it was done. They didn't call it back, you know, 40, 45 years ago. And things have changed since then, but you know what? It was almost appropriate being the 45th year.
Yeah, no, it's probably true. It's, you know, it's great to see all these fans still out here. Thank you all for sticking with the through this bad weather. You know, that's a testament to you guys. You know, thank the track for trying to grade a little bit of a line for us and switching the classes around. You know, congratulations to Mark for winning the championship, and Brad for beating me. I think that probably puts him in second in points now too, damn it. So, excuse me. Yeah, I'd like to thank my family and my daughter, my son who comes to all the races, my little guy Alex, my wife for putting up with me and all the hours that I put in the garage. It's been kind of a tough year. I've blown a couple motors and had some tranny problems, but you know, this is my 5th podium this year, so I'm pretty happy about that.
Well, congratulations, man. It's nice to see you up here, and you are one of the drivers that was fun to watch out there this season.
Thank you. I'd like to thank some sponsors.
No cheater notes. It's been an entire season. This ain't your first time up here, okay? You want me to hold it?
Apple Tree Auto, they jumped on board after the spring run this year. Heim Machines done a lot of help machining some stuff for me. Fat Performance, BF Goodrich, the guys from Amsoil, it's great that they're supporting us so much this year. And thanks again to all you fans for sticking with it.
Well, you know what? Congratulations on a great 2014 season. It was neat to see you up here a couple times this season, and now you can kick back and enjoy the rest of the weekend, man.
I can actually watch some races now, so I'm good.
Ladies and gentlemen, finishing second this afternoon, Robert Kinner. Mr. Erickson, put your put your orneriness aside about the track conditions and the weather and Mother Nature. You are the 2014 world champion, my friend.
That sounds good. It's been a tough year. You know, we had some good runs. We've been fast the second half of the season after we had a bad rollover at Bark River, and found some things with the car. Todd and Ever come over, and the car is good. It hasn't been this good in a year or better, you know, and it showed. You know, when you got a good crew behind you, and these guys, any of the racers will tell you that. You know, you got experience, and these guys have been 20 years, 25 years, whatever, with, you know, racing experience. So you can't beat that. The track was actually a little better, but it was survival is all it was. You know, Rob got caught up, Steiny got caught up, and you know, Carl just kept telling me, hit your marks, stay on the bottom. Car kept stalling. I mean, it must have did it a half dozen times right on the restart. I thought I was dead in the water right at the pond here. And, well, the blue wall. Ponds everywhere. But, yeah, I mean, it just up and died. It wouldn't go. And then Rob got into me a couple times, and the car just stalled. You know, he had nowhere to go. And luckily, she came back to life with a little bit of a bump, and away we went, you know.
Well, I got to tell you, let's go back quite a few years. Let's say about 15, maybe even 20 years, and you were out here in the racetrack. And I won't say you were like a mid-packer, but you kind of were. But you know, I'm looking at now the world champion 2014, and week in, week out, you are a staple in this class. You are a top 3, top 4 car every single time. And this class has been anything but a runaway by 1 or 2 drivers. It's been crazy competitive. This almost, I guess you could say, is the IROC from years gone by. This is the IROC of off-road.
Yeah, I mean, me and Steiny probably been in it longer than anybody in the class. But, you know, I mean, seat time experience, knowing who you're racing with. You know, I mean, that just experience, you know, basically is what it comes down to. And we come out on top today, luckily.
Nice job, man.
All right, thanks. I got to thank my guys, Big O's Lube and Service right down in front here, Hilltop RV, my crew, my wife, my 2 girls. I mean, it's pretty cool, you know. You got everybody here, and just thanks for coming out.
You're the second guy this afternoon I've had to remind that the wife is always the first one on the list.
Save the best for last.
Nice job, man. Ladies and gentlemen, our top 3 finishers in the single buggy. Let's hear it one more time. For your 2014 class champion, Mark Steinhardt, finishing second today, Robert Kinner, and your 2014 world champion. What's your name again? What? Really? What? I'm not going to say what he said. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back right after this for our next race this afternoon. Stay tuned.
Emergency safety crews depend on their gas-powered equipment to start when they need it. That's why they use VP small engine fuels, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. Designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
thought I did.
To the other, yeah, I like that.
So the super stock truck class will be the next division out on the track, and I've just been given the 5 minutes to go. You see the course workers in the cat equipment trying to make a few more racing lines, trying to take away that one line and push some of that mud a little bit wider. It looks like they're making their way off of the track now. So less than 5 minutes to go, we'll get things underway with the super stock truck race, and there's 20 guys scheduled originally today to race this. We'll find out if there's any cancellations, but should be a big class, and we have the super buggy a little bit later. Right now they're in the USAC truck, I've been told, and they're trying to discuss as far as Torc the Off-Road Championship, what they're going to do as far as the Pro Lights, Pro 2s, and 4s, whether they will have racing today or not. But the final two sportsman classes are still on the schedule. The first up will be the super stock truck race with 20 scheduled to race here in just a moment. Welcome back to World Championship Day here at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. Stops number 13 and 14 of Torc the Off-Road Championship. But we've been crowning some sportsman champions throughout the afternoon. It's been a rainy, soggy day for those of you here in Crandon. You know exactly what I'm talking about. For those watching around the world, yep, it looks wet, and it is wet. It's not raining at this very moment, but it has been off and on throughout the entire day. Up next will be the Super Stock Truck Race. Super Stocks, we had 20 originally scheduled. I don't think I see 20 trucks out there right now, but again, you never know. Some guy might pull up a little bit late. Some guy's trying to save their equipment for tomorrow. But today is for the World Championship. You could have a terrible season come here, and in one day you could be the world champion. As far as Torc the Off-Road Championship or Midwest Off-Road Racing, you know they're going to crown more champions tomorrow as far as this series. You can see where the graders, the CAT equipment have came through. That's looking down from the first turn on the land rush start. What will be the first turn in the conventional side-by-side start is basically where the camera is. But you can see the graders have went through there. There was one racing line a moment ago. They're trying to widen it up, make it more racing lines. The Torc officials, as well as the Crandon officials, have been talking. They just come off the track, and they're trying to find out, will we have racing today for the Pro Lights, Pro 2s, and Pro 4s. I don't think that is yet to be decided, but they're trying to go ahead and go through the other off-road, the short course off-road races today in the sportsman categories. We have two more still to go. The Super Stock is on the line. They're getting ready to go here shortly, as well as the Super Buggy, which we had 17 entrants signed up for Super Buggy. So both of these two races should be pretty exciting, and we saw in that last race a good race for the top 4 positions. But it looks like the race is about to get things underway. Super Stocks, let's quickly go through the list in no unnecessary order here because they are guys that have been dropping out. The 887 of Jay Schaefer, the 829 of Troy Shodden, the 837 Tom Varner on Saturday. Tomorrow you'll see Tom Groff. At the 819 Garrett Laurer, 886 of Gatlin Keener, the 851 of Joe Masachek. McKasick, that's what it is. I knew I wouldn't get that right. The 804 Jeff Fannin, the 827 of Matt Siork, 833 Nick Bing, 826 of Danny Beauchamp, the 885 Don Demony, and the series points leader Mitch Dorr in the 897 will start back in 12th spot. 13th Rob LeGrand, Matt Dale in the LeGrand in the 870, the 877 of Matt Dale, 871 of Ben Wiersma, 899 of Scott Heikela. The 803 of Ken Wilson, the 815 of Sean Brewski, 876 of Brent Smith, and Terry Peterson, the 875. So I'm not sure if they're going to start on this first lap or they're going to give them a siding lap, but I see the flagger. He's got a green flag in his hand. If he likes it, I think we're going to go green. Let's cheer him on down this front straightaway. Let's hear it. Torc the Off-Road Championship. It's Super Stock Trucks. The sportsman classes, yes, green means go. Or 887. Actually, I don't know who it is. Might be Tom Varner in the 837. Now up into the lead. So he started on that second row, but Tom up into the lead. A good, strong bonsai move on that back straightaway. And you see the driver struggling if they're not in that one race line. A truck that was about 5th or 6th going to drop all the way back in the back. Got out of the line, had to pull off the track. But that is the case. You see him searching for traction. It looks like the 837, as everybody say, go to the inside line. And this is the first lap here in the Super Stock Truck Race as the driver's coming down this front straightaway. And trying to get my timing and scoring up right now, but everybody else on the internet kind of make things a little bit difficult, so we're trying to call this as well as we can. Good race, it looks like, for second place. Third place, excuse me. There's second right there. Looks like the 819 back in third, followed by the 826 of Garrett Laurer and Danny Beauchamp. There's Beauchamp. trying to close in on Lohr. Lohr back in that yellow truck. And there's the leader, 8:37. Tom Varner. Scott, you're waiting for those guys coming out of the meeting, but right now for sure we have more Sportsman racing. When you have 20 guys signed up to be on the line, it should be a good race. We still have the competition yellow about 3.5 laps from now.
A few times in the past, a few races in 2014, Schaefer's done pretty well. But the thing is, we've got Varner running up front, I believe it is. Is that who? Varner?
Garrett Lohr in there. Yeah, Varner was the leader.
Yeah, Varner. So interesting spot for him. We got Beauchamp, though. He's kind of the dark horse. He's been very, very fast. In fact, look at him just blow by the inside of Lohr going into the gravel pit turn.
Yeah, he makes that hard left, and Lohr tries to get traction go underneath him, but that's not going to be the case with Beauchamp. Getting aggressive, and it looks like, oh, look at the 887. Do you think he's high-sided?
Holy smokes, yeah, he's halfway up under the highway.
He's stuck like Chuck. That's a lots of matzo right there. He's full. Are we going full course caution? I see a lot of yellows.
I see
yep, yeah, we are.
Course,
There's the truck right
full course caution.
Easy for you.
Here's the thing we got to keep in mind right now. This is the points championship. We only have a few points separating Don Demeny in that yellow and black Ram and that black and white Ford a little bit further back.
Oh yeah, for Demeny up into 1, 2, 3, 4 spot now.
And then battling for, I'm saying, what do the points tell us the point standings? Oh, you don't have points? I
don't think I have points for, no, I don't have points for the Sportsman.
But Mitch Dorr, who's in, oh, I can't even see the number, but Mitch Dorr's got that black and white Ford right on the front stretch right now, right in front of the Jumbotron. He's, it's between him and Don Demeny right now for that points championship, and we're talking single digits.
Okay, 887, if they unhook him.
Is that Jay Schaefer?
If they unhook him, he's going to be able to hold on to his lap. 887 is Jay Schaefer. He got to get things going. If he can get things going, he's going to hold on to his lap, and he'll start in the back of the field. Now it's time to get on it, Jay.
He can only go so far because the safety truck's now blocking his path.
Right, and that's why they slowed them up back behind, because we got a bus stop up here.
And now we've got two-wheel drive trucks going to try and make it up a hill behind the pace truck that's got four-wheel drive.
But it's a good racing line. I think they're okay. That one line kind of packed in fairly well, fairly early.
So,
what you thinking?
Boy, I wish I had internet up here. I'd love to find out what the points are, because it's single digits right now between Don Demeny and Mitch Dorr, as we're still working on.
Now, does today determine their championship or tomorrow?
That's what I'd like to know. It all depends on what's going on.
If they're racing tomorrow, surely
it's 25. They score 25 points, I believe it is.
The pros
for
do.
A win.
Pros do. I don't know if they run the core numbers though. But if they're racing tomorrow and it's part of the MORR stuff, then surely if it's single digits, it will come down to tomorrow, right?
Well, we got a pretty good gap between first and second right now, as far as points go, between Don Demeny and Mitch Dorr.
Jay Schaefer's getting on it down that front straightaway. Find a decent line. Don't do it again, Jay.
Boy, look how clean Varner's truck is. Yeah, Varner running up front. He needs this in the worst way. You know, it doesn't need it, but it should be fun way to
he needs
end
it.
the weekend. Yeah.
You know why he needs it? It's a world championship.
Yeah, this would be his first win of the year.
All right, Scott's bailing on this one. He's going back out to the drivers' meeting. Try and get the word, and we'll try and relay that to you. Lined up, nose to tail. Gonna make that left-hand turn. The leader sets the pace. Tom Varner is the leader in the 837. Nose to tail. Look at the bumper cars. You almost want to brake check somebody, but now Varner on the throttle. Green flag is out. Here we go. Super stock. Only a lap and a half or 2 laps into this race. So remember, we still have the competition caution ahead of us. So this will tighten things up. You see Deminy, the 885, has started 11th back there in 4th position. You know how fast he's been all year. He's going to try and stick his nose on the inside back in 4th. Deminy on the inside trying to get in that top 3. Not going to be able to do it there. Varner pushes wide. Varner pushes wide. Now a new leader. .826 of Danny Beauchamp has now taken the lead. Varner drops back to second. Oh, bumper cars in 3rd, 4th, and 5th. They're hung up there for just a moment, but Beauchamp moves his way to the front. And you see Deminy bow now up into 3rd. Even though we saw contact, he moves his way up into the 3rd. 827 back there at about 7th. That's Matt Sioric. There's Sioric trying to get by the 819 just in front of him. Carrot Lohr, but a good race up at the front. That 2nd, 3rd position seems to be where the race is. Beauchamp trying to check out. Watch Deminy trying to go to the inside again. Look at the race for 3rd. Deminy squares it up on the outside. Actually has to play follow the leader, but look at the drive he's got. The 837 in 2nd, caught up a little bit. Tom Varner was hung out on the outside, but watch out, the 804 of Jeff Bannon back there in 4th, not backing down. Bannon in 4th. Now look at Deminy on the outside, trying to go the long way around. He squares it up. He's lost. He's stuck on the outside, cannot get back to the racing line. And that means the 804 moves up. Jeff Bannon now goes to 3rd. Deminy drops back to 4th. He was trying to find something. What he did find was a whole bunch of nothing. Got no grip and drops back through the field. Beauchamp in front, Varner in 2nd. 3rd is Jeff Bannon. There's Jeff Bannon right there in the 804. Amsoil colors looking good. He's trying to get that world championship. All these guys are, but I think the driver in 3rd, Jeff Bannon, looks pretty strong. Watch him here. Bonsai on the inside. No, straight behind, but that means he's going to be coming in with a lot of heat trying to get by Varner. Varner drifts a little bit wide, right on that cushion, does a good job. You see the squat in those tires. It looks like Varner running a little bit lower air pressure, possibly, than Jeff Bannon is back in 3rd, because the tires have a lot more flex in them. How much can you get away with? Scott Rain was talking about it earlier. I'd be trying to run an inner tube inside. Generally, you wouldn't want to, but here you'd want to run low pressure, but you don't want to roll it off the tire, but you need that tire almost flapping like a paddle. Don Deminy, the 885, was up in there in the mix. One of the guys in the points championship. Dropping back just a tad is Jeff Bannon, or it's not him actually dropping back. I think Deminy's actually closing in. So they're 2nd and 3rd on the big screen on the video board. Danny Beauchamp out in front. I believe he's out in front. I do not see him, actually. I'll have to take a look. Yeah, there he is. He is out in front. About what? 1, 2, 3, 4 second lead over Varner. 3rd is Fannin. And there's Fannin on the outside. It's where Deminy got in trouble, but Fannin squares up on the outside. Goes the inside, a little bump there. Right in that bumpy section. Deminy, you know he's not going to go wide in that section anymore. He learned his lesson. One good racing groove, but if you're going to make a pass, you got to get out of that groove sometimes. Square it up earlier, square to the inside. There's your leader, Danny Beauchamp, coming into what is their first turn. One good racing line, good race for 2nd, starting to close in, or 3rd. Deminy trying to get by Fannin. There's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and it looks like a 5th driver now maybe trying to sneak in there. We'll try and get you that 5th driver because he come out of nowhere. Try and see if I can see back just behind Don Deminy. Is that Mitch Dorr? Who is it? There's the leader. So as we reset at this competition caution, there's the leader. In second should be Varner behind Beauchamp. Third should be Fannin. Fourth, Stimony. Who is in fifth? I need that number. 6 looks to be the 819 of Garrett Lohr. So they're nose to tail lining up, and they should. Everybody's good. They did a good job in this, so I don't even think we're going to go to break. We'll pick right up with the second half here in just a second. It is that 883 in fifth. Nick Bing. Nick Bing looking, if he's on this lead lap, looks very fast. Bing in the 883 in fifth spot because he really closed into that top 3 or 4. Track maybe suiting his style because he definitely put a charge on. Now he knows he gets to start nose to tail. So about a half a lap left, we'll get things going to the second half of the Superstock race. As the Midwest Off-Road Racing Sportsman Division, we're going to try and crown another world champion today. Only the Super Buggy class remains after this one. We'll get an update. Scott Rain's down there at the drivers' meeting, an update on what's going to happen with the Torc Series drivers here in just a moment. Their championship's still up for grab right here in the Superstock. Mitch Dorr, the series points leader, started in 12th, not in that top 5. Don Divney is, though. So the green flag should be in the starters' hands. And these guys, you know, for all the trouble we've seen in the classes earlier, these guys are really holding on to it. Everybody should be, you know, for the most part, on this lead lap. And nose to tail, unlike maybe some other classes. One more left-hand turn, then the safety truck will pull off the course. And we'll go at it one more time with Danny Beauchamp setting the pace down the front straightaway. Curious to see if he deep stages a little bit or not. I mean, the pace starts with him, but he's not supposed to be able to pick it up until this little cone zone. And there it is right now, green flag. Beauchamp pulls off. Uh-oh, he spins a little bit. He's on that inside, but he set things up and able to pull away maybe one truck length ahead. Second place, Tom Varner. Watch that race for third, fourth, and fifth. They look really tight until we went to that competition caution. Varner in second, third, Jeff Fannin. Divney in fourth, fifth is Bing. Just a little bit. That's Brett Smith. Oh, look at the whoop section. Look at the race for second. Out in front, he's checking out, but look at the race for second and third. Make it third and fourth. Look at that. There's guys going at it, no problems. And you know what? The 804 doing a good job by not bringing around Nick Bing. Nick Bing went into third, but now goes back into positions. Jeff Fannin. Fannin had Bing hung out. Bing was on the outside and spun around. Fannin very cautiously did not bring him around when he very much could. One, two, there's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All battled together. 1 and 2 separated just a little bit. In third spot, still the 804 of Jeff Fannin. Fannin in the white AMSOIL truck. Bing just behind him in third. Does that push Divney back to fourth? Or, excuse me, back to fifth is Divney in the 885. That's the best race on the track. Danny Beauchamp, he has almost a half a front straightaway lead. One truck having problems coming down up to the checkered flag area. But Beauchamp has almost a half a straightaway lead right now. And Vision is at a premium. And, dude, he's got nothing but clear sight in front of him. Look at this. Another charge by Bing, and that's going to cost him. Divney takes over position. Bing trying to move into third, drops back to fourth, and now back to fifth again. anybody have anything for Danny Beauchamp? I do not have my time in scoring up. I'll try and get it a 4.5 second advantage right now for Danny Beauchamp. 8:37 is second. That's Tom Varner. Third is Fannin Dimony in fourth, Bing in fifth. Sixth, the 8:19 of Garrett Laurer. Bing still not backing out of it, as Dimony just in front of him. I believe that is Bing in the 8:33. Yeah, that is the case, making that left-hand turn. And there goes Dimony trying to get by on the inside. Dimony has position, runs the 804 wide, exactly what he should do. Fannin was out of position on the outside of the cushion. Dimony takes over position, and Fannin drops like a rock. Bing gets by Fannin. 2 more laps to go here in the super stock class. The best race of the year I've seen from Danny Beauchamp in the 8:26. I don't know what conditions he favors, but that he favors what he has right in front of him now, because it has been 0 contest. At least a half a front straightaway lead for Danny Beauchamp. Tom Varner's all by his lonesome in second, but Don Dimony has worked into third. He is now closed up. Fourth is Nick Bing. Fifth is Jeff Fannin. Fannin has a yellow truck just behind him trying to close in. We'll watch the race coming into second and third. I think we're going to have a good race for second place. Next time around, after they make this right-hand turn, they're going to see the white flag come out. 1 more lap to go in the Super Stock. There it is, white out for the leader. Look at that race for second and third. Second, third's the battle. Dimony won second. Varner's been there almost the entire race. There's Dimony in the yellow and black. That he's in third spot, still on the podium, going for that points championship as well. I believe he was second in points coming into this race. Dimony's back in third. I think he's the one that might try and make the move. Varner's been kind of by his lonesome for a while, but now he's got pressure from Dimony. And just when Dimony had a little bit of gap, you start seeing Bing close in. Bing closing in back there in fourth. Dimony dives in a little bit hard. Tries to get some weight on that front end to make the turn and stab it to bring him around. You see one good racing line, don't want to get out of it. Varner's holding on to that line. Here it comes. Checker flag about to come out for your winner. It looks like the 826 makes the right, and Danny Beauchamp takes the win and the World Championship second place. It looks like it's going to be Varner looking to race for third. Bing. Is it going to be Bing or is it going to be Dimony? I don't have official scoring. Bing ran it to the inside at the last second. Did he make that pass? He had third for a moment, but did Dimony have the drive on the outside or not? Playing bumper cars as both these guys trying to figure out who pulls towards the victory podium and which guys pull off back to the pits. We're going to have more and our super stock truck podium with Scott Rain here in just a moment. Thanks for watching Torc, the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL, Sportsman class style here in Crandon.
Before you get in, get going. Get gone. You need to get a tire that gets you. A tire like Cooper's revolutionary new CS5 with premium touring innovations for the way real drivers really drive. That's real life performance. Because life's a road trip. Come on, let's go.
Everybody testing. 1, 2. Testing. Hello. We turned on? Am I turned on? No? Testing. Everybody hear us okay? Everybody on the far side of the hill, I wish you could be over here right now. Without a doubt, Mountain Dew chose the right class to sponsor here this weekend. The Super Stock Boys have put on one HC Double Toothpick show all season long, and today was no different, even with the track conditions. So I'm going to swing over here to the guy that tried to give away the top 3 position up here again. Get your butt over here. You know what? Here's the deal, man. Don Demity, you are in it for the points chase, obviously, but you go for the win. What do you mean? 1 race to go and you're not going for the championship? Maybe. Well, anyways, I think he is. He's not going to admit to it, but here's the deal. I want to kind of take a step back, and it's like, you know what? You probably want to win this race more than any other this season because of what's laying on right here. And if anybody wants to know, you get to have one? A diet one, right? A diet, okay. The reason this guy was hoping to be at the top spot of this box, let's go back a few years. His father-in-law lived and died and breathed drinking Mountain Dew. I'm talking about the late Farmer John. So, ladies and gentlemen, he came close, but just a little bit short. You know what? We got 1 race to go tomorrow, Don, and maybe we can pop a couple Mountain Dews for the old man tomorrow.
Sure. I tell you, today we came around and the inside of my shield fogged up. I used 2 tear-offs before we even...
Don, you had that excuse earlier this year. You used that excuse earlier this year. It's not going to work tonight.
So I tell you what I did do. Halfway through that race, I said, you know what? I can't drive in this crap. So I called up to my father-in-law and I said, God damn it, figure this out and tell me how to get around this course. After I just about lost it, and I tell you what, he whooped Walker Evans' butt in mud. I couldn't catch Dan, and I sure the heck wasn't going to pass Tom with all these fans here. I'd have probably got beat. So we're okay with 3rd. We're okay with 3rd. We're still in a points run. I tell you what, I love to see Tom up here. I love to see Dan up here. This is the best racing ever. I actually think I seen a little dust on the last lap.
Don, congratulations, man.
I got to thank my wife, my dad,
the first guy to get it right all day long. He thanked his wife first.
My dad, my 2 boys, my whole family, my crew. I tell you what, this might be the end of it, but I tell you what, it's been a good run.
No, it's not. It's not the end of it. Ladies and gentlemen, Don Demity finishing 3rd. Mr. Varner!
Mr. Graff, G-R-A-F-F. Mr. Graff, that is.
You guys, you gotta quit trading off, man. But here's the deal. You know what? You deserve it. I'm gonna get you out of it.
Okay, here's the deal. I'm gonna be here a while. You guys might want to take a seat. I don't even know where to start, but I'm gonna start with my wife and 2 kids for letting me race for the last 20 years, from stocker racing to off-road racing. Thank you for letting me do it. Gotta take a deep breath here. My race partner, Tom Varner, incredible. We're one of the last few teams that switch off.
And you're always screwing
me up. Yes, yeah, when you said his name, that was quite fitting. Why would it be different now? But the team, our team, we come together, we've built and built, but the last few years, we had some guys come on board, changed our whole program. We had a couple sponsors come on a while back, and it's like, the 5 classes a little weak, whatever, why don't you move up? And I'm like, we can't afford to do that. And a guy that's standing out in front of me here said, yeah, we can, let's do it. Why wouldn't we do it? Guy and Judy Sinkowski, thank you for everything you do. Pointed Ironworks, I gotta tell you, Pointed Ironworks helped us here. Dale Resch, DR Splicing, Hammerhead, Chaussee Automotive, Paddle In. Oh Lord, there is.
So you're supposed to be able to read.
You should have ran that up here. I can't read that. Anyway, I'm gonna miss a ton. My family all for coming. They're all here. Bottom line, this means so much to this team. If you guys know where the TNT semi-trailer is, if I was a betting man, I'd say there's gonna be a little bit of fun there tonight. Thank you.
I don't want to hold it. You're the not.
I'll hold it. I have no problem holding it.
My wife and I had dinner 2 nights ago in town, and as we walked in, we kind of got the raised eyebrow from some people that were wearing some black and orange T-shirts. Didn't say much to us as we walked in, but we were there for like half hour. We walked out, and they kind of said, you had better say some good things about Beauchamp this weekend, some damn good things. And I kind of opened the door back in as we walked out. I go, Beauchamp who? Oh, I made some points, but you know what? Congratulations, man. You have been stout all season long, 2014. If you just had a little bit more at the beginning of the season, but the thing is, you're here right now, and you've made a statement on the second half.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, first of all, I want to thank the Lord for keeping us all safe, keeping me fast. And I want to thank my parents for putting up with this. I mean, look at what we do. I mean, there's a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of stress, And we're here doing it. We're here winning races. It's paying off for me. Hopefully somebody notices someday and I can get in a pro truck. But this is my 3rd world championship in a row. I never would have dreamed it, but here I am right now. Sort of feels like a dream, but you just slapped my back and I felt it, so it's real.
But here's the thing. He's been wearing sunglasses like Mr. Hollywood up here all summer long. And finally I get to see what color eyes he has. And they're a little bit bloodshot right now, man, and for good reason.
Yeah, but I think I shed a tear when I was getting out of my truck. 3 world championships, it's unbelievable. I couldn't ask for anything more. I got to thank my friends and family, though, for coming and supporting me. BF Goodrich for the support today with my tires. My sponsors on my truck, Copland's Iron and Metal and Escanaba, they're probably watching, and K&M Industrial, they're a big part of my racing program, and there's a lot more, but I can't remember them all. Look at this stack of Mountain Dew, thank you guys, and AMSOIL for helping us out, and I don't know, I'm just stoked, thanks.
Well, we're not done yet, so let's get the boys from Mountain Dew up here. I'm going to hand the microphone off to them, because you got some pretty cool stuff coming your way.
Thank you very much. Well, great race out there, Danny. It was excellent. First of all, I want to thank all of you. It's been 15 years since I've been able to get a Mountain Dew at Crandon, so we're really excited to be back. We've got some great prizes on behalf of Mountain Dew. First of all, I've got 2 jackets here, a Mountain Dew jacket and a Mountain Dew hoodie, and $200 in Visa gift cards for you, and then 20 cases of Mountain Dew for you and your crew, so enjoy and thank you very much.
Race fans, let's hear one more time for your 2014 World Champion, 3 times straight, Danny Beauchamp. Mr. Graff? Wait. I was just informed that you forgot something very, very major.
I got 2 things. If you'll
2 things. Will it hurt? Will it hurt?
No. First of all, I've been married 25 years come Tuesday to my wife. The other one is my family's all up here. My dad don't have time long left on this earth. And this is for the 37. People who wonder why the 37's on the door, this is for my dad.
There you have it. Can't end it any better than that. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 3 finishers in the Mountain Dew Superstock. With that being said, we got 1 race remaining. We'll be right back after this with some special news.
Ready. Drive.
And 90 degrees up on 2 wheels.
Fly. Dominate. Celebrate. MagnaFlow.
What is Monster? It's killing tires on the ultimate gymkhana course. I'm Ken Block, and I am Monster.
Here we go. It's the Super Buggy's about to take off. Scott Rain was at the driver's meeting, and now he's working his way up to the announce booth to let you know the situation for what's going to happen after this race. Holy smokes, does somebody have a flag on the top of their buggy to let you know, check me out, this is who I am, and help his spotter for that. Bobby Run, you said you always wanted to be on a microphone, call a race. Now's your chance, buddy.
Oh, man, I'm really nervous about this. I don't know any of these guys. I'm going to try and learn their names right now.
Well, now you're going to learn their driving style. I know that Larry Pegram's out there. He's one of the guys to watch for. He'll start at 7. So Tom Schwartzberg, Ryan Schwalbe, John Frana, Rodney Van Eperen, Scott Schwalbe, Jack Heinlein, Larry Pegram, Brian Boccia, Chris Heinlein, Hannah Zipperer, Kevin McCullough, George Felsky, Steve Kryman, it looks like who we have on there, Eric Fritsch, John Fitzgerald, Brandon Blythe, and Sterling Kling. Those are the guys in this class. We'll try and call them out when we see them, and it looks like they're going to give them another lap around because nobody waved the green flag. So I'm still checking. I don't think that was an official start. If it was an official start, you'd think the guys would have a yellow flags waving just to tell you that this is a sight lap. I'm not sure. I'll let you know when I know. So I'm looking for a green flag. I still have not seen one. So the way that the officials are looking like this is a race, but the green flag was never waved. So I'm curious to see if this is one heck of a sight lap or what. All right, Bobby Runyon. So now you get to see the wonders of television or web vision as we're here at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway.
And I don't know how you do this.
This is a race, so we are underway, and we'll try and get you on our leader right off the bat.
John Frana on the lead there. Is that who that is? John
Yeah,
Frana.
it should be Frana. He's in that four-wheel drive that we see. Yeah, the 907 out in front. Ryan Schwalbe in the 2, back in second in the yellow. Now, our series points leader, Scott Schwalbe, in the 29. He had to start back in 5th place. Frana driving the four-wheel drive buggy, and one of the only guys we see. It looks totally different than the other guys, but you know you would want the four-wheel drive today for sure, huh?
Oh, yeah, in this weather right now, you definitely want that four-wheel drive to be kicking in and digging through this dirt. You can see the two-wheel guys struggling to try and get that car to go straight, just spinning their wheels coming out of the corner.
Ryan Schwalbe in second, Ronnie Van Eperen back in third. You see Van Eperen trying to close in. Usually has one of the cleanest carts in the field. The 62 with the flag ablaze, and Kevin McCullough back in fourth. How about that? That helps the spotter big time. Look at McCullough, though.
That's exactly what I did. I guarantee they had that conversation. They said, man, I can't see the color of your car anywhere.
He is not backing down. How about it? I think he likes the mud race.
Oh, he's all,
he did until that point. Dropped 3 spots.
That's how you got to be, though. You got to be aggressive in these races. Sometimes that works for you.
And sometimes it doesn't. There was a case where it did not. So 93 up there on the side of the hill. I don't know if that's going to bring out a full caution. Brandon Blythe looks like he's out of harm's way, so no problem for him. Let's see Frana. There's Van Eperen up into 3rd place. And not quite get the number. Looks like the 5 of Larry Pegram. Looks like Larry. He said he was pretty fast. One of the guys out there, he said a West Coast guy, he and him were both within a tenth of a second from each other. I wonder if the West Coast guy is the 62 because he looked fast and he was starting back there. Kevin McCullough. So that is who Pegger was talking about. He said he was fast yesterday.
Look at him throw that thing in there.
That's the way you got to do it, right?
That's exactly what you got to do it. And if the track is greasy like that, they can definitely throw it in there.
Is that his torque banner? Does he have a torque
banner?
banner?
That is his torque banner, and I don't know if they're going to think about that, but it is clever.
Check me out. I like that. You know what? Coming from the West Coast and using sand dunes, they're used to have to run in the bars and the buggies out of very glamorous. They're right there. It lets people know, hey, here I come.
That's exactly what it looks like. It looks like a little buggy out in the dunes right now. I'm actually jealous. I haven't thought of that before.
So the 45 you see in the picture, there's Van Eperen. And the 45, there's Larry Pegram, there's McCullough just behind him. And this should be a good race because Larry said that both of these guys were within a tenth a second in the drive, but I would have to say, wouldn't you, that McCullough looks the fastest in the wet?
Oh, he's definitely gaining right now. Look at him throw that thing in there. He is pushing that car so hard in the gravel pit there.
Oh, man, did he churn up a big clod of dirt? I thought he almost lost a wheel. That dirt clod was so big.
Oh, yeah, no, you saw the thing digging in that corner, and he's definitely working his way up to the front right now.
So let's look. Let's find our leader. Should be coming across there. Oh, Frana, smoke. Just like Bill Cosby said, I smebbe smobuk right there coming down to that left-hand turn. Did that look? It just stopped all of a sudden, so maybe it has some type of oil leak or something, because you would think as soon as that exhaust gets on the hot part, it's going to smoke up, but it's not continuing.
Yeah, it might be a light oil leak right now. It looks like you can still see it coming up a little bit more. Maybe something rolling to the right side of the car. He might have a line going down right now and just starting to spit a little bit.
So again, the four-wheel drive in the mix. Frana is out in front. He's checking out a little bit. Now we hold back and look where the race is actually happening in second, third, and I don't see fourth. Pegram's passed for fourth, but you see Van Eperen in second, the 62 of McCullough into third. It looks like Pegram drops back to fourth. Rodney Van Eperen in one of the cleanest vehicles week in, week out. He's about to get dirty because he's about to get roosted upon as the competition yellow comes out. So a good thing for Van Eperen. He's going to start nose to tail with our leader, Frana. McCullough's going to be third, and Pegram's got to be going. What has happened? I dropped back to fourth, and I'm driving pretty good. So we'll take a break for a moment during this Comp Yellow and come back with the second half of the Super Buggy race right after this.
Start the cameras. All right, stand up on the exterior step.
The whole wheel is working. I'm going over.
Husqvarna's latest innovation is based on a simple fact. The Earth is not flat. Its hills, valleys, and uneven terrain inspired Husqvarna to create a line of all-wheel drive mowers that help make easy work of any mowing challenge. The Earth isn't flat, but with a Husqvarna all-wheel drive mower, it sure could feel that way. Find the all-wheel drive mower at your local Husqvarna dealer and Lowe's.
Welcome back to Torque, the Off-Road Championship presented by AMSOIL. This is the Sportsman division. It's all Sportsman Racing today. We'll have an update here in just a moment from Scott Rain. We're at the second half. I'm next to Bobby Runyon, maybe a.k.a. Robbie Bunyan. And you're going to get to see a good race because these guys are stacking it up one more time. Franda's out in front. We see smoke out of the four-wheel drive buggy. Second place, Rodney Van Eperen. Third is Kevin McCullough, who looks very strong. Fourth place is Larry Pegram, and he's starting to find his groove now in the buggy races after stepping away for some World Superbike races. He said it was the first time an American motorcycle had scored in a World Superbike race whenever, we haven't seen him for about a month and a half. So good job by Larry and his team in that one. So here we go, the second half to get underway. Can this four-wheel drive stay going? I don't know. We saw smoke.
John Brennan, he's looking strong right now, and I'm not too sure, but, McCullough's coming, and we're going to see what's going to happen right now.
McCullough's back in third with that flag blazing. I think Pegram in the 5 should be in fourth. It's hard to tell after that. A lot of dirty buggies. Come down the front. Green flag is waving this time. Van Eperen got a pretty good drive. Van Eperen goes to the inside, but you're not going to get the pass there. Watch the outside of McCullough. It looks like he's just kind of scouting the situation here, setting up for the back straightaway.
Yeah, you see Fran pull away there, that four-wheel drive, really working on that dry stuff.
Look at McCullough on the outside. Watch him square. He wants to go inside. Oh, got some push. But, drove around him on the outside. Can he get the drive out of the turn? The answer is
yes, he's riding that cushion hard. He knows how to use it.
It's all good. It's all good, Bobby Runyon. Oh my gosh, that's funny. And McCullough now closing in on Frana, so I didn't see smoke that time, and that was where we saw it earlier, but Frana...
He is coming out to that four-wheel drive buggy.
Yeah, and it can't happen. He's just charging and driving that hard. He might have the right tires for it. He just might have the style of driving for it as well. There's the 45 of Van Eperen. No, the 40 out of the 45 of Van Eperen. But McCullough, look at this drive here. Here's where he made the pass earlier. Square on the outside. I think he wants that inside, but he's trying to drive. No, he's going the whole way around that outside. He's trying to keep the momentum in that buggy and keep the drive, and he's hooked up. Whatever his setup is, it's the right one.
Yeah, whatever McCullough's doing, he's doing it right. He's literally.
Oh, look at this. Now grab break and keep him on the outside. A pass for the lead. McCullough, and there goes Van Eperen. Frana.
Oh, shoved Fran right in the fluff there, and that was it.
I mean, almost had to do the Heineken maneuver on him right there because he got to the outside and he said, I have nowhere to go.
Man, they got to chase that flag now.
Well, I heard that the 62 of Kevin McCullough was fast in the dry. It looks like it's a great track right now, but McCullough, it looks like a perfectly set up. If you stay in that race line, it looks like a perfect late racing line right as it is right now, wouldn't you say?
Oh, yeah, it looks great. They got a good little cushion worked out there, but that fluff is some nasty stuff. I mean, if you're looking at it right now, that's probably a foot or two deep.
Dude, we're going to see dust in that in the gravel pit. I see dust in the gravel pit. Who would have thought that? And I know the pros because I heard, and we'll get the official word here in just a moment. I don't want anybody to leave right now, but we are expecting Torc the Off-Road Championship to be only tomorrow, and we'll see multiple classes multiple times possibly tomorrow. And Scott will have the update on that. Fran is starting to smoke again back there in third.
Yeah, he might have something going down, and maybe the differential is smoking or something like that. I'm not sure what's going on. Might be a Nerf bar, something rubbing against the tire. It might not be oil at all. Yeah, that right side Nerf bar does look like it's leaning over quite a bit.
So Van Eperen, Ronnie Van Eperen in second. The Husqvarna colors pulling away a little bit from John Frana there. Oh, Van Eperen dove in hard and got a lot of push. And Frana closes in just a bit. What happened to, I can't say his real name. What happened to Pegram? He's just back there kind of watching this race go on in fourth. I'm kind of surprised at that. I thought he'd have a little bit more for him. Yeah, it looks like the white flag the next time around. I can't see it, or is the white flag waving now? White flag the next time around. There's a flag waving for the 62 of Kevin McCullough. Coming from the west side, trying to win him a world championship. I would too. Hey, you're from the west side. There's nothing wrong with coming out here racing with.
No, I'm proud of this guy. Somebody needs to come out here and whoop on these East Coast boys' butts. Come on.
Throwing the W out. He looks good.
Yeah, West Coast is coming for you, Midwest.
Yeah, putting a little west side in the Midwest. You can't have a Midwest without having the West, and that's exactly what we have here. McCullough had worked up from 11th place start, looking at the starting list as the white flag comes out. One more lap to go if he can keep it on all four wheels. Second place, Rodney Van Eperen. John Frana closes in third. Don't even see Larry Pegram in the picture in fourth. And the Popcorn Sutton Tennessee White Whiskey entry. I like the flag. I think that was smart. We saw that in an entry earlier with a Canadian flag showing and really identified that driver.
I'm going to get an American flag, go put on my Pro Light for tomorrow.
You do that. Or a Wisconsin Badger one or something like that to really get the crowd behind you.
You know, I'm going to get the California flag. I got a big bear on the side of it. You guys all know where I'm from, man.
There it is, making a right-hand turn. One more right-hander to go, and Kevin McCullough, there's the new world champion coming from the West Coast, doing it here Crandon style, taking the Super Buggy World Championship. Second place is going to go to Rodney Van Eperen in second in the 45. Third, unofficially, still has not crossed yet, I do not believe. Yes, he did. Frana's going to take third. Fourth place looks to be Larry Pegram. And we're watching on the big screen as McCullough's going to do a little donut action, spinning around and make his way over the victory podium. Good job for the man out of California, the west side, showing you how to do donuts. And Scott Rain heading his way to the podium. Scott Rain's making his way to the podium. We'll hear from him and find out what the rest of the racing is going to be all about here in just a moment. We're going to step aside for just a bit.
Fire and EMS professionals often use gas-powered tools and depend on this equipment to start when needed. That's why they use VP small engine fuel, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. It's designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
Do body slide. Tired. Rear slide.
Well, race fans, once again, we got our top 3 finishers of the Super Buggy class up here, and a newcomer and a new world champion. But before we get into those interviews, I want to let everybody know that the decision was made by the track officials and USAC officials as well for safety concerns and for track conditions. There'll be no pro racing this afternoon. The racing is now done. There will be no pro racing once again this afternoon, and that is for one reason only, and that is for safety. Try to provide the best show possible to all the fans here. Right now, the track appears to be in very, very good condition, but keep in mind that all day long they've been scraping the mud, scraping the clay off to the side of this racetrack. Right now, they're on track surface from about 15 years ago, the hard gravel, the sandy surface. So we can't race on that. Otherwise, if we did that, they'd have nothing to race on for tomorrow. They'll be working on it all night long, I'm quite sure. So once again, there'll be no more pro racing this afternoon, but come back tomorrow. The first green flag waves at 9 a.m., and I guarantee you this, I have been told by very top officials that you'll see more pro racing tomorrow afternoon on Sunday than you've ever seen before. So make sure to come back tomorrow. Again, 9 a.m., the first green flag flies, and there'll be more pro racing you've ever seen before with, once again, 3 world champions will be crowned, as well as season 2014 season champions. So once again, no more pro racing this afternoon, but come back tomorrow 9 a.m. The first green flag flies, and again, the most pro racing you've ever seen in a one-day here at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. Now, with that being said, we're going to take a step back and talk to these guys right here. Where do I start? Talk to Mr. Frana. This track had your name written all over it. You look disappointed, but you know what? That was a track that was tore up. It was beat up. A lot of racing was done on it. And the thing is, 4-wheel drives and this track condition, you still did pretty darn good out there.
Yeah, the engine started to go south in the second half, and I made a couple mistakes. These guys got by me, and I just couldn't do anything. Fortunately, I was able to finish. I think it was pretty close to not even finishing. But, yeah, the first half of the race was awesome, went just according to plan, and then it all went downhill from there. So what can you do? RCV Performance 4-wheel drive worked awesome. The BFG tires hooked up awesome. Sway-away shocks, FK rod ends. It all worked perfect in the first half, and then the engine failed on us. So.
We could kind of see the smoke appearing a little bit at a time, and as the race wore on, it got a little heavier and heavier. But the thing is, this track, there's no way you can set a car up for this kind of track because it changed probably more from green flag to checkered flag than it ever has, probably in 45 years.
Yeah, it was real slick at the start, but by the end, you know, there was almost a couple different lanes, and the track was getting pretty packed down and dry, so it was still a little narrow, but it was decent to race on.
Well, congratulations, man. It's nice to see you up here.
Thanks, Scott.
John Frana finishing second in the 4-wheel drive car. Now, Mr. Van Eperen. Without a doubt, I've said this many, many times before. Every single time you hit that track, it looks like a brand new car. One of the most beautiful pro buggies you're going to find out here on the track. But, man, you had to work for this one, brother, and that was for second.
You have no idea how bad I didn't want to get that car dirty, Scott. You know, I'll tell you what, it's frustrating out there right now because I felt like I drove terrible, and all I worried about was where John and Scott were because we're in a points championship, and these guys came here and showed us up. So we gotta learn from them guys and come back tomorrow swinging.
Well, talk about the race itself. I mean, you were in a position that you were very unfamiliar with. You had cars in front, cars in back. You were going back and forth, battling with these guys. You've been pretty dominant the second half of the season. This is something way different. You didn't know his driving style, so you didn't know what you could or couldn't do out there.
Yeah, no excuse. I'll tell you what, he was flat out faster than me today. There's no question. I got to step it up tomorrow. I just wish quit worrying about the points and start racing, because that's what we're here to do, is race. And, obviously we want to win the points championship, but for me, more important, race wins, and I don't think I did that today. But, hey, second's good. We gained points. We might be in the lead in points now, so that's what we came here to do, but we also come here to win races. And I got to thank Craig Gum. He helped us out a lot this weekend. My mom and dad, my wife, my kids. Power Sports 1, Husqvarna Motorcycles, Yamaha, BF Goodrich, AMSOIL. Everybody here helping us. It's amazing to see this crowd here this big after sitting in the rain all day long. It's pretty depressing for us sitting here in the rain. I don't know how these guys did it. So,
I got one last question for you. At one point in time, you were like, because you've said before up here that you were like so anal about getting that car clean and it irritates your wife. At one point in time during this race, did you like, you know what, whatever, I don't care anymore, I'm just going?
You know, the worst part was getting on the track and getting off the track. If I didn't have to come off the track over here, we wouldn't have half the work to do. But no, honestly, the track came in pretty good. There's no excuses. He outdrove us big time today, so we got to come back tomorrow and figure it out.
Nice job, Mr. Van Eperen.
Thanks.
Finishing second, Rodney Van Eperen, and this kid. I still say kid because I'm still kind of taller. Dude, should I say I remember him when he was this tall? And a little squeaky little kid that I wanted to say he looked like he belonged delivering papers through the neighborhood, and instead of driving a single buggy. And back in those single buggy days, you were just a crazed maniac driving that thing, just absolutely, you're like the wild man of the buggy classes. And now you find yourself out here in a super buggy. And I'm looking at the newest world champion.
I got a ring. Yeah.
Here, I've seen this guy race. I've been watching you race now probably for about 5-6 years back on the West Coast in the Phoenix area. And whether it be the Pro Series or whether it be the local Sportsman Series, you're always dominant, always fast. And now I didn't even know you were coming out here for this weekend. And to see you do what you did, and you got more compliments and more comments about having that flag hanging from the back of your car. Whose idea was that?
Factory RJ37 over there. He helped me out, got me here. Podium bonus, so I think he owes me $100. He didn't think I'd do it, so I had to try it out.
Whoa. Now, no, this ain't a podium bonus. This is top spot podium bonus.
I only got the bonus if I won, so I had to win.
Oh, okay, all right.
Otherwise, the flag would have been pointless, right?
What's it like being here for the first time, brother?
It is amazing, and first and foremost, I couldn't thank the Fitch family enough. I wouldn't be here without all of their help, and everybody back home that bought T-shirts to help me get here. I sold a bunch of stuff to come, and I'm just happy to be here. Can't thank BF Goodrich. Oh, I did it. Oh, my God. You said it too many times. BF Goodrich tires hooked up great, and they came in surprisingly better than I thought they were going to work out. It was a slick track, and I'm just happy to be here. Fox Shocks helped me out. Fodder Motorsports, my mom and dad back home, I know they wanted to be here, but I was a solo mission, came out with a win.
You said you sold a lot of stuff to get here. Did you happen to sell a little Honda 50 by chance?
Didn't sell the 50, sold the jet ski, though.
But you kept the 50. Yeah. You're going to be parking it between my legs anymore?
No, that sounds kind of weird, but no.
He snuck up behind me one time after a race and burnt my calf on the muffler, and he started crying after he felt so bad. But no, you didn't. But you're still laughing about it. But you know what? Congratulations, man. As I look at you, Kevin, congratulations. Welcome to Crandon. You are probably now an honorary cheesehead world champion here at Crandon. Ladies and gentlemen, Kevin McCullough. We've also got a representative here from AMSOIL with certificates also for second and third. For $50 and $100. Redeem those things this weekend, guys, because this man right here doesn't want to take inventory home. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, our top three finishers in the Super Buggy race. World champion from Phoenix, Arizona. Let's hear it for Kevin McCullough. Once again, race fans, if you hear our voices, don't forget we've got all of our pro drivers because they weren't able to hit the track here. Since they weren't able to come out on the track and put a show on here today, they are back in the pit area at their haulers, signing autographs. They've also got R.J. Anderson. Walker Evans is here in the R.J. Anderson pit area, so make sure and stop there. But all of our drivers, all the pro drivers, as well as sportsmen, are back in the pits with posters, hero cards, whatever you want signed, they got back in their pits. On behalf of myself, Scott Rain, and Robbie Floyd up in the tower, we had a great time today. Mother Nature wasn't cooperative, but guess what? Tune back in tomorrow at 9 a.m. for the first green flag, and I guarantee you this, more pro racing in one day you've ever seen here at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. It's World Champion Weekend. 3 world champions tomorrow will be crowned. 3 points champions will be crowned as well in the pro ranks. Well, on behalf of myself, once again, Scott Rain and Robbie Floyd, we had a great time. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.